What do you like to do?
I like to play golf. I like to run. I like to read. I like to eat fruit. I like to live stream. I like to go to the beach. I like to play video games. I like to play other game like mini games, but I also like to play uh like I like to play tennis. I like to play racquetball. I like to play kickball and ultimate frisbee, and I like computers. Um, I like music. I like music a lot. I like to sing. I like to sing karaoke. Do you like any of those things?
Well, I like karaoke and a few games.
What karaoke do you like to sing?
Well, I like our Serbian turbo folk songs. I like Hungarian rock too.
Oh, okay, there you go. Do you like any American music?
I hardly even know American music
That's okay.
about. You know that the NATO bombed us, so we are not in the best relations. We haven't got much of the influence the West has got,
Right,
even here in. Yes,
right. Is it getting better or
even
no? Is it getting better or no?
uh, what the influence?
Yeah.
Well, with the protest that has like stopped the go. Yes, it is getting somewhat better.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you. Is he okay or does he suck?
Well, some civilians, so and he's pretty much corrupt. So I don't really, but well, if there isn't anything else, you can live with it.
Oh, I gotcha. Did you know your English is really?
Really?
It is. It's really good. I mean, I talk to people from all over the world, as you can imagine, every day, and I mean, you're just you speak very clearly. I understand you. Your vocabulary is quite large. So I just wanted to say that I'm impressed by your English.
Wait, also, it was about the American videos. I learned it because he almost only speaks English. So I
I understand. Well, did a good job teaching you. Your English is really good. Okay, so
well, yes,
you were explaining the situation in Serbia, and you said
yes,
you know the 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 president's cried in an incident. That's kind of like all politicians. They're all kind of corrupt. So I understand. Um, and so you had because of the corruption or because of the protests?
Uh, because of the protest, because after a while, when they couldn't control the protest, shooting in the mass with mostly rubber shots, but then they turned them on with real bullets, so people were falling like flies.
Hey, I
And
saw
well,
something.
even though, yes,
I saw something about this. Okay, and they also used another kind of weapon. Um,
yes,
that like
the noise gun, or
yeah,
what is that called? Called maybe the Hungary.
I saw a video of this.
Hungary.
People were protesting in the street, like ran away because
Yes, yes, yes.
it was
They started fleeing
right,
to left and right.
right,
The thing it doesn't create much of a noise. It, as I've heard from my it creates something like high frequency sound that kind of burns you. Not a little burn, but it how can I say it pretty much makes you flee because well, you feel for your life.
right.
It's very,
Exactly.
very, very strong.
It's very. It makes you feel hot, like you're on fire.
Your skin.
Oh, yeah, that's a terrible weapon.
Yes, yes, yes. The thing is like in, oh, wait. How is it called? Yes, 1956 in Hungary. You know the revolution.
Yeah.
When the revolution started, the the, the Hungarian socialist groups started shooting the mass from the how is it called? From the roofs of the it is known as the power demonstration parading.
Right. My mom's Hungarian after that 1956 revolution in the United States because they didn't have anywhere to go. It was a communist revolution, right?
Yes, yes. My grandfather's uh, my grandfather's brother died in the revolution after maybe he was shot after he thrown a Molotov at a well, I don't really know my grandfather had remember.
Okay. Um.
Do you speak Hungarian? I learned Hungarian. It is a very hard language, but because I was born in the Vojvodina, Serbia, or in Hungary, the Rothschild, I learned it by nature. Even so, kind of became my first language because the Serbian was a very, very hard, more harder for me.
Wow. And so you were just scrolling on YouTube and you saw me?
No. I intentionally go up and search up talks and then go on live filters and then talk to random people. I like
Oh, that's tight. That's smart. Well, you should know
I was very yes.
I'm always live in here. So if you ever want a friend, I'm here for you. Bored. This is your new home. Um, how
You'll be every
ev-
every night.
for the last 3.5 years?
Oh,
Online than
that
any
is
person
nice.
ever.
You really saw everything, didn't you?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Truman, I, I saw it in English because there are no translations to Hungarian or English, of course. Yes, I saw it
Yeah.
about
So that's what my life is. That's kind of like what my life is.
all day.
Exactly. Do you have good internet access in Hungary?
It's better than Serbia. I can't say I was born there. I like it. I love Serbia. I want to go, but still, this internet is superior because almost
Good.
bad in download. But Serbia, man, dark ages. Tell you, if you know yet the access store,
Okay.
man, there wasn't a telephone store.
Wow. They.
Access store. There wasn't Wi-Fi.
Wow. Of all the places, internet access store.
Yes, but there wasn't.
Wow. So,
Quite rare.
so you like the internet more? How are the people in Hungary?
Very kind, but not as welcoming as us. Well, what can I say? I am more used to the Serbian people. Of course, almost always drunk. But they have great story time. Hungarian people, uh, like aren't that much of Serbian food that there are Hungarian. Say, but like
My favorite Hungarian dish.
my favorite Hungarian dish
Um, I love peppers as well.
or that paprika. My favorite. My grandma loves it.
Yeah, those are good. Stuffed pepper a long time. So I'm trying to think
Oh,
of what Keefly.
ah, kifli is bread.
Okay,
It's about bread. It's a little because bread is not full.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But they put stuff in it, like cinnamon.
All I can, well, I all like maybe like cinnamon roll.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yes, 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 yes.
What
Még
else?
kakaós cigának hívjuk, hogy fahéjas cigának.
Yeah. Something that's cool about the Hungarian people is claim to fame.
Yes, yes. They stopped it.
It was like 800 years ago, but I think this one guy, basically, and his family took over everything from basically the Pacific Ocean all the way to the Danube River. But they couldn't beat the Magyar on the of Europe, basically. I want to say World War One, so between 14 and 1918, they saw their first plane, something like that, and that was like a big deal to see a plane. Um, and
Yes, yes. Back then, except when you live, but if you lived in a war zone, what can I say? Either you were already trenches, or you can say bye bye to your house.
I
Well,
I know I know
depending on
I know Buddha
yes,
I know Buddha merged into one. There's Buddha,
yes,
but they've kind of been merged.
and then yes, it is very solid. Like I don't know, like 13 times. I mean, yeah, yes, I have sounded. I am here like about the petitions you can find in the river. All you can find, it makes like sea because it isn't sucking you in as the water goes to it. Just goes and takes you down. Carry how much people drowned in the. Hey,
Yo, Pimp,
what?
I'm listening to you.
Oh no no no! I'm done about the then. So it is very fast and very very deadly. Can I ask you a question?
Go for it, Pimp.
Think I am.
28.
You can be serious.
No, that's how old I think you are.
Am I that old? Wait. Are you judging by my voice, how I speak, or almost 4 a.m.?
That
Let me tell you something. I'm 13.
you're 20 years of speaking English. 13 years old. If you've never seen this, this is really a treat. Folks, 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 folks. I just want everybody witnessing this. You're witnessing greatness. If Babe Zaharias had the Motown 25 reunion, this is like now is like Tom Kite having sex with Lobo while flying a kite at a New Mexico State Lobos game. Which kind? All of them. They just have some kind of where jamboree kind of deal. Something like that. Anyway, this is like Tom Weisskopf having sex Fest 14. Let's call Plum 18, yeah. Okay, Plum Fest 22. How you living, Tim? What's good, B? Hi, Mr. Aquarius. Can you bear with me just minutes?
Okay.
Excellent. Are you ready?
And pull your hands up, Rabbi.
Calm down,
Your
girl.
butt was showing.
Calm
Pull
down.
your pants up.
Calm down, girl. You couldn't see.
I'm calm. I'm telling you to pull your pants up.
You couldn't see.
You say I couldn't see, but I did. No. Okay.
Apologies, Miss Aquarius. I hope I didn't show the full moon. It was just a little cleavage.
No, that's a little cleavage. That's all. Nothing too bad.
All right.
You know, people have these clowns. So I don't want you to get clowned because I would have to jump on somebody.
I agree. Look at you.
They're just in there. Oh, Rabbi. Thank you. It's not that for them. You got this. Good job. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Come on, everybody. You got this. You can do this better than me. Come on now. Strike. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, no. Sorry, my thumb. Okay. Red eye.
Ooh,
Go ahead.
not what I wanted.
Yeah, red eye. You're gonna strike.
Oops. Good spare.
Thank you. Yay. Right, Rabbi.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Strike. And no, you get Rabbi. Right.
Man, I keep getting.
That's right.
I'm trying. I need these two.
Okay, come on. Yeah, good stuff.
Nice spare.
Good. Well, Rabbi. Very good. You got this.
No. It's Aquarius. You win, I win.
Yay! Good job.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Patience is a virtue.
Word, girl.
It was good today. It was good. He said he's good. He said his back started just hurt today, but he's good. He said that the girl he believes she was kissing, but he don't know for sure. And she hit him in the back. She didn't have it done. She thinks it's like had a little dent or whatnot. He said he's gonna go see on Thursday to see if it's not too much. He said he hopes it's not. I said, well, don't speak negative, speak positive. That it's not that. All they gotta do is just probably place the bubble in the back. That's it. And then just speak positive. So it was too bad. But he did more damage than she did because he said it's out. And that's, you know, he's going to go to another location. So his last day is Friday as well. So he's home exercises to do.
Yeah.
And then next Monday will be my last day of physical therapy.
So he's going to another location on Friday. And then, so Monday you'll
Yeah.
go to a new location just once?
This is my whole last day of physical therapy.
I understand that.
I'm done with
I understand that. But is it going to be in a new location just one time?
No, he's going to be done. Friday will be his last day.
Oh, so
after he has Friday, so next week he'll be at his new location.
and you'll be, who are you going to be with next Monday?
The guy I was with Monday before last, Marcus, the one who put me to sleep, and I didn't wake up till 8 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
But I know just to get a break in between. Yeah, get a break in between.
Wow.
I'm gonna
Okay.
get a break. Yeah, I'm gonna get a break in between.
I've got you.
I'm gonna make sure I have my clothes out for work the next day because I want to be tired and come home. I don't do everything, you know.
Right. All right. So, you got Friday with your normal guy,
Yeah,
then Monday with, and then you're done, right?
I ain't I'm probably just get myself together, still be, still be active.
Right.
They told me that I'm not gonna be 100%. I already know that I'm not gonna be 100%. So I just gotta keep, doing the exercises every day. I can't stop after I'm done with this. I can't stop because, like I told him, I know I can't stop because if I do stop, it's gonna be. I don't want to be back at square one. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Yeah, I don't. And I'm not gonna be 100%, but it's okay. As long as I can get closer to there. I don't want to be worse. I want to be better. And if I'm not going to be 100% like I was, it's okay. I'm still going to be active. I'm still going to be doing some cardio. Yeah. And what else you said? And my arm and my leg.
All right.
So I got to do them.
All right, Mr. Curtis. Well, so we'll play tomorrow night, God willing. Thank you again for your patience.
No problem. Gotta be patient.
Word,
You'll be
girl.
patient for me, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, good night. I'll
Take
see
care.
you tomorrow.
Sweet
God
dreams.
willing.
What's up, Tim?
Yes. Eric, can you say that one more time?
regarding have any episode on Netflix. This is our second one. We'll see you there. Mewling on the electric guitar, the leader of the band, John B's on the key. Five, including 10 of writing and performing a new minute every single week for the internet today. She's one of the best female stand-up comedians. He's on tour. AliSadiq.com, KimComden.com, or Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. This episode brought to you by ZipRecruiter Shop. Five prize picks on the phone. Just made an extra few tens of thousands of dollars. Don't mind me. It's building. Welcome back, guys. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm doing great.
Right. Yeah, let's do it. Wow, amazing. You guys are a big firework edition there for no reason. Nobody asked for that. Kim, how you feeling?
I'm doing great.
Just coming up the ranks.
KimComden.com for tickets.
Yes. That's right. Still have words. with a very special comedian. While he's a golden ticket winner, he's been on only 4, but I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. He's an instant legend in my mind. Makes it as well. All the way to anybody else really want to surveil what myself on. I accidentally put it in Malaysia. So let's go. I've been married twice. It's just a joke. Leverage. Jill del Patio. It was a swing. I crept in the house. Slid up the stairs. Opened the bedroom door. Welcome, dirty, evil clown. You are photogenic, videographic. I'm not exactly sure what the word is, but you play well on this show. Thank you. I owe my eyes. Yes. They're an amazing job. I have them. Wait, what? They're an amazing job. Oh, Jesus Christ. See what I'm talking about? He just got me again. I've been Sir Winston Pickle. Fuck yeah. I love your style, Sir Winston Pickles. Remind us, how long you been on stand-up now? 6 years of stand-up, 10 years as a clown. Right. 6 years of stand-up, 10 years in whiteface. Incredible fun times. Is this your guys' first time? So Winston Pickles, you're both British and a clown. I would imagine black people really are freaked out.
He's so white, this is like actually blackface for him.
So Winston Pickles, what do you do when you're not clowning? I collect things. My greatest accomplishment was the fingerprints of a school friend. Yes, a school friend. Friend showed me a school, yes. He put his finger in my picture. One shot, and I picked it up, thought that was nominated. I kept it.
This is one of those moments where it's not a bit. And we're watching this thing that's going to happen. We're in the documentary right now, you guys.
Did you put it in? I saw it. Yeah. You were doing the right thing. That nobody asked for it, so I kept it. Wow. It is. That is freaky. That part's freaky. Do you ever fall asleep in the makeup? It's all. He has a San Antonio West lady's eyebrows.
Tonight's topic is what it is. Absolutely incredible. So Winston, is there anything interesting about you that we haven't learned in any of the other during the extremely terrible times of the he'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews from Portugal. Speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who's a German financier and Spain.
That is true. As well, so Winston, you got tonight's show started for us for solid few minutes, starting with some dark clown fun. I loved it. Thank you so much. Makes me so Winston, go for the start. And your next, or your first tonight, as you guys know, this week, somebody altogether could be next future star of the show. Could be a crazy person. Anything can happen. 1 minute under, and going to Jenny and everybody. Jenny and starting off
decades now, really. It's been a wonderful experience this time to cut the apron strings and let you go out in your own. And Oregon says, well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. I mean, without regular common illness, I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number. And you can call me anytime, 24/6. Anytime about, just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer. I will work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, your trust is there. It's fine. So we can help you. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning.
So you're probably wondering.
Does
it matter? You're in Spain.
I have a terrible night.
Does it matter? You're in 69 months.
No problem.
Jenny, I don't even know where to begin with that. My God. Is airborne. I just got a taste of it. Jenny, how long have you been attempting stand-up? 6 months. Hell yeah. What made you want to start now?
I need a cell phone.
Seems to be yes. It's a great way to do
Thank
it.
you for listening to me. It makes me
Incredible
feel
how they
better.
steam.
Okay, let's do the good Roger Alvarez. He's been watching these lectures for more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the single it's actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion when they came on the Cornell.
Your financial advisor
Put an illustrious family from many countries. So we're very grateful
That's fine.
for sponsoring this lecture. All of the sponsors raised now almost
How long have you been financial advising
By the
for?
way, we'll be starting God willing a new semester, a whole new series
Do you really have a
focusing on the
69 months?
Sephardic diaspora, including as well Mizrahi Jews and
Honestly,
their
the whole
tradition.
thing sounds like a
And
porn
we're
audition.
seeking a whole bunch of
Even
sponsorships
just
at that time
so you're
as
probably
well.
wondering.
It's a very important reminder to the
So
tremendous
is
event
all of the material that you've written in the
by
past
the
6 months of 69 months?
November.
And when I
He's
worked
a
in NASA,
professor
yeah.
on our campus. He's
Okay.
very beloved
Tell us about
professor
working in NASA.
has been Chicago Tribune many things, and he'll be signing copies of the latest book. This
Skill Tony.
poetry and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet. We spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period.
What'd you do over there?
So that's at 30 in this room at this time.
Space
There will be
X.
some other
I know what NASA is. I'm asking you what you
in
did.
terms of the resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Barnard from New York. He was born in Russia in the
Catering for astronauts.
1917, an auspicious
Yes,
year,
absolutely.
17 years
Okay.
old.
All
He
right, Jenny.
in the Latvian army, and then immediately after 1937, he made Aliyah to study at the university, serving also in the IDF, the intelligence division, and university. He served
Even
at
in
the
space, they put us in a
Ben Gurion University at the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor. His analysis is extremely concentrated narrowly on Senor in one of his web pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of records of the Senor family, which is for even a historian to go through all this level of detail for this period.
Right, Joe.
So, let's do the basic biology, the basic biography. Was probably in 1412, but not precisely sure of that date. Contemporary accounts, it's somewhere in the 75. That's where we get this major Spanish idea.
Time with your
Rob de
friends.
la Corta, financiers of the China, essentially a tax farmer, which was a important position in
Oh,
most
wow,
of the
that's a
medieval
good question,
economies.
Jenny.
Basically, a
Bunch of
an era when the state deals with us on an individual day. The state, because they deal as individuals, numbered individuals, so
website.
period. From a particular state or a particular region.
She's heard that before.
from to obscurity, Virginia. Cleansing the root of Jenny ExpressVPN. Netflix even hides content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 ExpressVPN is so easy to use. Just fire up the app and change location. On its importance. Protect your visit expressvpn.com/pressvpn.com/Tony to buy you can get up to 4 extra months free. ExpressVPN in 60 seconds. You turn your sports takes into money. All season long. The largest picks. I think this week fix our eye at the baseball board. Aaron Judge, a 4-9 home run. Trying to peddle us some fake news, saying this bitch is born blind and like, you know, right, why was the president
Thank you very much.
I was like, well, she had this teacher named Annie Silverman. The teacher little siblings into a poem. She wanted to read that one. To which my sister said, "Mom, that's
happened to mention the word got around that this Jewish boy had baptized, and amazingly the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the parents. So I want to let the one to a certain degree
that was actually the sound of Helen Keller trying.
I feel like we all wish we were blind.
This something else. You know what? You do it stand up. You understand?
great initial study of the material tonight. It's a fascinating study that has shaped all Holocaust historians after
Sweet little room.
Actors, for example,
Yeah, how do you talk about
in his very first chapter of the book, he assesses compares the Holocaust and he says that he was really, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on, it's not actually about the black saying, I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago. I feel like the more I study this
It's amazing. Like, if we wanted to get more audio, you would jokes we can hear. Make sure we have the faded out of the baseline sound. It's quieter than when you try to make some noise in this room. And a lifetime in Jersey, not much to say. One of the things, I guess. What do you think the most interesting thing about your entire life is, Jimmy? The most interesting thing about my entire life is you're an immigrant? Oh. Yeah, where'd you meet the immigrant at? Scotland. What? You were in a coffee shop. People on the street to come to my coffee.
motivated by some darkest urges that we have throughout your life. A lot of these late babies actually for example, drink the educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, against this let's say, no, it's not true.
In 6 months, that is much more capitalist and mentally ill than it can be. Jimmy. All right. Jimmy. I'll be honest. There you go. What a minute. Say 5 minutes ago. Interesting. Very interesting.
So I recently turned 31, and as a woman, there's a point in your life that you realize you're no longer in your 20s. Like, the decade of your life is over. That's defining. apparently a
There's
headlight and a
a
fog
huge
light.
number of anti-Jewish riots, and so you have
Nothing
tens of
here in of it. So I have,
forcibly converse
and I don't speak Spanish. I'm more what you call like Puerto Rican.
How do they go on with their lives
Instead,
when the church does have
and I
this
get that
position
vibe
that
from my
now you
dad.
convert it, it's a
Kind of hard to talk
zero-sum
about
game,
him,
and
not because he's dead or anything,
you have to go
but because he's just such a fucking
You also have at
narcissist.
this time
He's Puerto Rican. It makes sense.
the
But my dad's like that kind of narcissist that's
papacy
he
itself,
wants
considerable strain,
he's
and there are
convinced
certain
that he's
people
a
running
veteran.
around all claim to be the primary head of the Catholic Church.
Taylor,
And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is
it's
by
somehow the
appealing
best
to
fucking pull of the night so far. Barely
the
beat yet,
wider
the
population.
number one ranked
Benedict
fucking
the
poll of
13th is promoting these
hell
ideas
yeah,
with greater numbers of the next fact
yeah,
relative
half
to
Puerto
this
Rican.
is that there's
Is that what your tits is garbage?
you're a family that has been pushing you on the riots.
Into the wind.
Now what do you do? The riots are gone, peace is restored, and
Taylor, how long you been on Santa?
Jewish leaders,
almost
or
2
are
years
you
in
going to
Denver.
be a target of another attack like the Ray?
That time.
You try to
Yeah, I
maintain your
actually
lifestyle
I've been working for
nominally
about
as
2 months.
Christian,
The last time I was on, I
you
did
know,
work
you got out of
contract.
your
You don't have
Mesa,
to see these
and
people.
you want to know when the
Stage
past
with
and
a lot
Kipper,
of people think you
you
can
go
just make
back
money
and
off your
check in
cameo
with
here for
these
some
relatives,
reason.
these Jewish patriots,
Steven
what
is a
exactly is
vet
going on
Jewish.
Jewish? If this
Stick
goes on
around
for a
animals.
generation,
Yeah, I actually
two
worked
generations,
in
three
specialty,
generations,
so I
as it
worked in
did,
anesthesia and
then it gets
surgery.
harder and harder.
What is one of the ones when you're like, oh no, there's a
So
fucking.
what they see technology shortly, and
Yeah, I agree
preventing them from
completely.
having
That's why we're
top Jewish education,
Back to
which is
Chihuahua.
perhaps the worst thing that can
There's a
happen.
Chihuahua in Mexico.
So this is how we also have to note as
Said
well
like it was
that
one word. I was trying to back to
1414
Chihuahua.
was another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation circles.
My tits feels weird all of a sudden.
Disputations are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most
What do you
important
do for fun?
we discussed last year was the
I
disputation
am
of
very homebody, so I like hanging out at home with my dogs, but I tend to hang out with friends that pretty much far enough since I've been here in
By
Austin.
1414, however, the church had got it down. Exactly, they knew exactly how to state
Like just really hang out.
and so the process. The
I
Sartosa dispute
really
was
delved
almost
into
2
comedy
years
before I
long.
moved to Austin.
And it was a
Okay, what are some of the wildest
passion.
things that you've seen out there in the comedy scene?
Jews
This whole
were
show,
forced
it's always
over and over again
comedians.
to
We never
list
really get
these
to delve into the
debates,
gritty,
in
what
which
it's
the
like
text
in the
was
Austin
very
open mics.
seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever.
Yeah,
And
describe that for
afterwards,
people.
the judges, who of
It's
course
literally
were all Christian,
everywhere.
would declare
I mean, you can be
winners, which
friends
were
with the homeless,
invariably
or you can be their worst enemy. I
interlocutors.
choose the
And
latter.
they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they have to hear,
I mean,
50
How about
first
at the
sermons.
open mics? Once
So
you
for the
get there,
next
you're talking
year,
more about
every
the
Shabbos,
walk to
they
the
would
open
have to,
mics.
hear
it's literally
preachers
what
coming into
convicted
their
is. It's just
synagogues
like
and preaching the
hundreds of
gospel.
us just sitting
Or on
around
Sundays, they would have to
waiting
actually
for
go and show
some
up at
people get
church, and
sloshed
they
out,
would take
shit
attendance,
faced.
and
I
they would
just
make
kinda
sure
hang out
that
with
Jews
my,
forcibly listened to
friends.
You don't get shit faced.
you also have the learning of the Talmud, and
Exactly.
generally
Always
a
something's nice.
crushed
Why
morale.
get shit
And it was
faced when you're already
population
shit on? You're right.
extremely
Oh, come on.
believers,
Shut up.
no hope
What show do you think you showed up
It's
to?
a already come from last
interesting
year,
to
so
kind
I
of
think I'm
reflect at this
actually.
point
That's great.
to the
Greece
period
one hell of a
immediately
diet.
prior to the
Say that again.
Muslim
Greece
invasion
one
of
hell of a
7/11.
diet.
The
What
biblical
happened? What did you
period
lose?
in
I'm a
the
I lost
late
my husband
600s
last year.
was also
Oh,
very much
shit.
like
Yeah, we talked about it last
added
time.
to this, you have
Remind
the
me
war
of what happened.
But
Ah, that's
Christian
right.
concept of identity.
There it
This
is.
proceeded in place, and they make phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to
We have amazing technology here at Rugen's Comedy Club. Thank you to
this is a
Spotify
picture
for
depicting
the amazing technology. We're able to tap into the audio in heaven.
and here is the third man, and
getting word that your former husband is trying to get out of it. Wow, okay. What's his name? Joe. Joe is joining us from heaven. Joe, this is a brand new segment on the show. We're testing out this new technology. It sounds terrible. Hold on a second. Wait, was that Antonio Brown I just heard? Is he dead? Antonio, what'd you say?
So, in the
Oh my
1470s,
God. All right. If you have like a short role for your comedy, what would it be?
those new Christians who
I mean, I'd like to be in 2 years. I know I'm not ready for something like that now. I'm definitely still working and building.
That's a good goal.
So, yeah, I'd say like 2 years.
Here is the official seal
Like
of
that?
this.
I actually have a picture of you with, like, I went to a show course. It was like the year before that.
This is actually it says Psalm 73,
I actually
but
have a
the
picture
Catholic
with you
Church
and
counts the
him
Psalms a
together.
little differently
And
than
you
the Jews.
like
So I
very
had to
like
look it up.
really,
So I
yeah,
found it
it's
here in
very
Psalm
odd.
74.
Wow. Yeah,
The
something
motto
like
of the
this.
church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elohim, Riva Viveka, Viveka Paschal Nabo,
Are you gonna be nice? She was there. Part of the truck is still.
It's a very rusty panel there. But I like your set so much better. Taylor, grab that song. Grab it. A lot of those in odds from this crowd. There he sits in a crowd. Little girl whispering into her boyfriend's ear over there. Hey, I just think it's me. Jesus Christ. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything. An astronaut, the president, a princess. That's me. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning it, you start dreaming of owning your own business. You'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, and a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that is where Shopify comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all the e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started. Shopify. You can accelerate content creation. Shopify packed with helpful AI tools. You can create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers rolling or strolling. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and process returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GilTony. Go to Shopify.com/GilTony. 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 Shopify.com/GilTony.
to make a
Hello there. Our conversation matters. We need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that's your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline. With Open Phone, your team number and collaborate on customer calls like a shared inbox. That way, any team can pick up right where the last person left off. Keep your response times faster than ever.
I love Open Phone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail.
literally
Your
goes
AI
to our
agent will
force.
set up in
In
minutes
other
to handle
contexts, for
calls
example,
after hours and answer
for
questions
some
and capture
group
rates so you never miss the customer and
One
one-person operation.
Milano
Routing calls
is
or have a large team that needs to better collaborate is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. bonus 20% off Kill Comes at thehone.com/KillTony.
What would happen
If you have
is
existing
that
numbers with
these
another service,
conversos who were
with the
suspected
overall extra charge
of
of the phone. Don't miss calls.
Judaizing would be
Don't miss
drawn
customers.
to a series
So I married
of
the shotgun
basements
version
that were
of my high school
designed
crush.
to
The original.
serve as markers to larger population compared to themselves. They would often be required to wear this familiar tunic and the conical
She
gun
took me for pretty much everything.
called
So
Sabanito. You
ticked
can
off
see
that
that here.
called my sister directly after and said, I hope Obama
In some cases, they were
went to
required
state
to
around
wear it
funny
for
mustache
life.
man and just
In
eradicated all
other
rednecks.
cases, they were required
And
to endure various
yeah, I was
torments,
pretty ticked off.
including the
And
death penalty, the
she happens to
awful
have
death
a son
day,
who's
the
redhead. She said,
burned at
what are we
the
going to do with
stake.
Elijah? I said, we're going to throw him in the
Being
attic like
burned at
Aunt
the
Free.
stake, by the way, also
So,
included being burned in
but
effigy.
unfortunately, that redheads, so I'm going to apologize to Gino Carano. Told me
All right.
Over the course of
I loved the first like 30 seconds of that. That's good. I had no idea really what the fuck you were talking about.
I felt like I kind of got edged with Genius.
speaking,
You are. He's shaking so I'm
because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they
The clown
had
just his name.
there was no, we're not sure
It's
that
just regular old Winston Nichols up here. Hey, Gene, how long you been on stand-up?
However, there was
Wow,
always a
okay,
fear
that makes
that
sense.
they were infecting
Look at that. How old are you?
under the influence of clearly a sign to them that in less than right circumstances,
So
in
we
order to
found
isolate them and separate them in literally better environments,
what
so they would not
exactly
have
did
any
he say?
physical
And
contact
where
with
were
each
you?
other.
And when did this happen? And
You
what
have the
did you
converse
eat
of
that
being
day?
exposed to the
it was a long journey, so I was an atheist for 4 years of my life, and January of 2024, even and I actually heard back from
Okay, so what's the number that you got exactly? Can you guys? When you say you called out to God, what exactly happened? Can you describe it?
I just got ripped off by my in-laws at the time.
For how much? How much did they rip you off? Give me a number.
Not a specific number. I was supposed to shoot 75% of all the calls I was doing. Made it 40%. Taken aback by it.
This all of a sudden frees
Asked
up
my wife
all
to
this
try to rectify the situation.
retail
And
real estate that can be
she
used
told me I needed to sell my belongings, sell myself like plasma, stuff like that against me.
they may live in Midtown, and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there. The upper west side, upper east side, some other parts. That was the kind of model that was let us
Austin, Texas.
So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there were several figures who at the top of the financial pile, generous society in Spain, had Amsterdam. There was one of them, Jan Nixon, under Ronald, who was speaking about Mexico, another
In a stunning turn of events, you have Asperger's. Congratulations on being the last person to pass. They to them in the parking lot like a COVID test. So yeah, you just roll this window, you got it.
I told his mom in his pocket, and they're like, yeah, go ahead.
One of the first giveaways of Asperger's. Alright, what's some of the most Asperger-y things that you do?
I have
They
really
sort
bad
of like a
social
land
anxiety.
allotment, but they do not have the freedom
Just
to
not good
move.
with
they are required to keep the real information very and a certain amount of either their work product or their labor is owed to the board. So in some cases they would actually, if they were very strong to the board as a tax, basically rent for the land, or in places where the fire is not situated, they would have to do something like cultivate, which is not that a certain number of days a week they have to work on the railroads fields, and that's basically the operation they occupy. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, city dwellers, who engage in all kinds of professions and crafts.
I mean, if God talks to you, I mean, you might, like they say, lightning doesn't strike twice.
Membership,
Has
but
the
they
devil
are the
ever reached out
shoemakers
to you
and
since you during, oh, we have some. There's some
and the theory of the nobility is that, this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not decide deprivation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the life of society, and the peasants would agree to pay for
I love it. And you
obviously
are they grown up?
exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, the peasants who became poor and poor. And at the top of the nobility, there you have the king.
The devil inside.
Outside all of this, reports essentially are not nobles. They're kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guild. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job, set as a camerai. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve as royal chamberlains, meaning
What makes you think that kid might not be yours other than the spectrum thing that's different?
Yeah, she definitely does look different.
The law can't engage in any kind of spend-bearing enterprise.
I said she does have an afro. He said,
Are you serious?
No one can invest. No one can find venture capital. Try some, brand new venture, pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so.
So that sound effect
They
is very much so.
just a bit worse.
Hoping when you evolve over the past 12 years, but the fact is that is one of the oldest sound effects in the Kilter 12.5 years.
It's about 30 to 50% interest
I
rates.
have, but she
It is
never said
usually
it.
cost.
By the time,
So
you know, we
Jews
actually
were
thought that
money
she might not be mine,
lenders, which were
too late. She's
highly
already mine.
valued
My heart has
commodities.
been, so I'm going to try to take that away. She's
Jesus Christ fed the Jews 3 times the 15th century. And then you see the extended
Is there anyone you think it could be?
3 times.
I'd
Well,
love to.
Here's I put my first
very
wife
happy
on.
without this.
She got her cheating on me 3 times.
So, the Jews
My
have
God,
this very
how
special
many of these
role
times
where
was when
they
she went to
were
go see
allowed
all
to
these
make
Sydney
money.
lives?
They generated a lot of capital. And the king could tax that
And I know this is obviously pretty seen the show. And let me tell you, you are crushing this interview right now.
especially with the
I go to work. What do you do? Meanwhile, there's you, just unable to tell a lie, just over here. King and Bean Spiller, first of his name.
So, the Samuel family were the principal tax sponsors of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately
Go through this cheating thing, which I find so interesting. And all the
So
listeners
if you
guarantee
are
right now are enjoying this part of the show because they hear about these things. Maybe it's affected some of them. It's suspicious.
all
Tell
these
us.
bankers
When you caught her
are only
cheating,
allowed
how
to be
did you
bankers
catch her?
if
about the first wife and the third wife.
All of a sudden, the banking industry is
He gets
still
hotter
hot
every time he
because
says it.
new Christians are not allowed to engage
Oh,
in
Dee's going to fuck
same-sex
one of them
interest.
right now.
And what about all the debts that are owed to these groups, which are the income base for the taxation of the
One of
king?
them has an
If he
afro and
wants
is
to get the
completely
collection
blind.
to
Wait, I love a bass though. I love a bass guitar.
if they
She's
get
four.
completely
I honestly feel like this is how
Christianity,
Creed
it
started.
resources the yeast of the
Yeah.
economy. Or
Absolutely.
to
Okay,
look at it
so
from the metaphor
any
of
cheat,
Jim
let's go to
Goodell,
any wife.
Jews
Just
are
tell
like
us
a
about a time that
sponge
you've caught
that can
a
be
wife
dipped
cheating on you.
into the
So we just got done movie. And she was working night.
Well, she was working night shift.
sponge anymore.
Only in the condo.
To a Christian rather than
Alright.
to how they're
I couldn't find
supposed
the mom.
to
I
engage.
was
So
trying to point them
now
out.
this is especially the case
Stuff like
when
that. I
the
wanted
war
her
in
to
Grenada
Come
is
home
going
late. So you
ultimately
stayed up all night.
Abraham or another
You
were able to
sweet
hang on
boy.
to a
I
very end
drove over
and
to our
enjoy
old place because we
royal
left the
protection,
Roman mom there
primarily
to
because
try
of
to
the
clean it up.
economic
You mean you
aspect
had to go
of
back on
the
a trip to do the mission that you wanted to do?
I
She was
mentioned
walking out
the
with another
expulsion
man.
was
Oh my
inevitable.
god!
Which is secured by a very powerful
Oh
moving
my
picture
god! The old
video
Smith.
1889 showing displaying the
do
risk of
this?
expulsion. Especially involved in invested
Ollie, what were you gonna say there?
of this stuff.
Okay, we're waving it off. Gonna tie there, we tied.
This
So,
is the edict of the last page of it right
how
here.
did you find out she just admitted to you that she was
still
hooking?
staff of the
It was actually one of my coworkers. He said, he'd been on Reddit. She's like, your wife recently. I'm like, yeah, how do you know? You haven't seen her in like 2 years since the last Christmas party or whatever. He's like, well, you might want to look up this name on Reddit. And sure enough, I did. And there was all her back page ads from the time we started dating.
Oh my god, what's her name? You're disgusting, right, man? I can't believe you would say this is a real emotional part of the show, and there you are asking, what is her name? Just alright. So, this is incredible. Now, did she ever give you a reason why she got into this?
I forget her. Together after that.
From our holy Catholic Church.
Achieve her for
So
being
the
all
chief
out to
cause
her?
was the proposals which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year, 1,480 years, were ordained by Pope in all the cities, villages, and places of our land. This is like the local expression. We tried to, in other words, they're saying, we tried to deal with this problem by
Did you get your
maintaining a
tubes tied by
fair
any chance before your last kid came out?
thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the king and results from the participation
2017 were you
conversation
nutting
in
inside?
had
My second wife said that their sex life is
proof that they attempt
Because she
by
wanted you to come
whatever
inside
way
her
means
brain.
they can subvert and detract faithful Christians from our Catholic faith and separate from them from us and attract them to rid them to the cursed city. By the way,
I don't want any
the edict is actually
Asperger's.
who are now called Christians.
She
And
didn't want
they're
any
the
of that,
ones who
right?
are the problem.
Okay, good. Because she had met your other
Instructing
kids,
them
and
in
she's
the
like,
civil
oh,
law,
shit.
convening assemblies where they
Long internet, but even like I could go on and on. Any other good the cheating ordeals? I think that's what
declaring the
people really
past
love.
which they have. Joining with them
My
to
mother and my sister
share
are
the
still
stories
pretty
of their lives
It's like
of
all the
servitude,
bucket pulls.
giving them their
One chosen man. I think God really did they get in trouble for that?
Oh yeah, my sister and my years
Yeah, those oil and gas companies tend to hold lawyers and private investigators. How did they think they were going to get away with it?
They got away with it
It's
for
very
like 2
clear
years
what
or
the
something.
litigation behind
It's enough time to spend the money, that's for sure.
I mean, you can Google it, it's a national story.
and
And
they're trying to get back on
Yeah,
their
and you're close with them.
what they need to do to be
What
Jewish.
did they spend that money on? Do you remember anything specific where you're like, that's kind of weird?
I mean, hookers and blow.
Eddie, I love your style. You're so loose up here. You're smiling. 15 minutes ago, you were Thank you so much.
But this
Compelling story. His biggest fear just crushed it during the interview part for 15 minutes.
Alright. This is my fourth time now on the show being famous, but it's cool because I still look famous.
and Jewish followers
Oh, I look like a
great
racially
call,
ambiguous
of whatever
Rothschild
age they may
prince.
be, and that they do not dare to return to them.
Not too long ago, a dude came up to me in the street and said, hey, you kind of look like a special needs kid to play.
Any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so,
And then he goes, but I bet you're not allowed to do magic within 100 yards of the school.
they can come to them in any manner.
Listen to me.
Of all
About a week ago, Rick to me because she said that I'm like, hey, wax statue of Happy Gilmore that was left in the sun too long.
In other words, they can't even step on Spanish
I was like,
soil.
oh, I got a sandwich, man. Then you come over, I'll make you call me Big Dick. And she goes, I didn't.
All persons in our realms of whatsoever estate, mission, dignity they may be,
Uncut
dare
gem.
to receive after the
It is
said
true
day
you
of
do.
coming up to house
You are indeed the platform that you got in you. A face like
all
that
their
has
possessions.
led you right here in this moment to great jokes about what the fuck you look like. It is incredible. A lot of people with a face like that would be sad and have nothing to do with it. It's like you have a prop with you at all times.
I love it. I'm signing autographs left and right. I don't know for me, but it's fucking fun shit.
Today, this will have tremendous economic consequences.
Yeah.
Ferdinand and Isabella
It's
are
incredible.
locked
There's
into
quite a lot. Are your
this
ears fucked up or is that just the hat?
Maybe, but yeah, I do have years. I don't know. I lost like 55 pounds lately. And whatever has happened, it's just gone all in my ears. Like,
Yeah, that ear's a little fucked up, right? It's like a little chunky ear.
Browning in particular front to
Your lobes are
neuropathy is what they
gigantic
call the latch
earlobes.
effect.
God,
Familiar with,
it's
those
to do
those
with ears.
wheels that you can turn on a boat to
That's a
like
new
go
one.
out to the sails or something. That have like cogs and left over the wheel.
It is an interesting look. Does your whole family look like
Turn
this?
the wheel one
Just
direction.
you.
Pretty much.
Every little fraction of a
Don't really know.
degree.
Have you ever slept before? Have you ever do you eat and drink the same thing every day? Like what is it? Well, let us know
Step
what
by
to
step.
avoid exactly.
Kind of like, it's not like it's really like food related. Like, I'm
The
kind of
Senor
a little
family
bit from my family. So
indicates
recently
the
I did a
documents that we
23
have. And by the way,
and I
much of
found out
this
that I'm 100%
material, much of
unable
this
to handle that many guys at
decision
once.
with soldiers happened in camera, in secret.
I couldn't hear what you said. D Madness just sat down and he murmured the words. This motherfucker ugly as shit.
Others, they continue taken by
I
surprise
just heard
by
Demon D
something that
knows.
Ferdinand
Which is
and
incredible.
Isabella
Born
Torquemada
blind, but meanwhile he walks in from using the restroom.
fell down like a
Just
sandbag from heaven.
You can just tell. Ty, anything crazy happened in your life since the last time you were on the
Know
show?
that as late as May
I got
29,
hit by a car riding
Senor
a lawn
had
scooter.
declared that
Okay, did it hit you in the face by any chance?
give up his vast
That would have helped me out, I think.
his incredible debts
No, just
that were
one of
owed
these
to him.
great Austin drivers we have in
He had
Texas. This
determined that
hot
he
man
was
that went through a red light as I was coming through an intersection.
nevertheless,
Wow.
2 weeks
They ran a
later,
red light in scooter.
Santa
Yes. So they were
on
on
the call was
like
Joe
35, 40. What
There
did
is
this
a legend,
this
very
woman?
close
She was his favorite.
source, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that Signor did not convert, and
Okay, and what
then
did
he would
she
take on
stop?
a new
Yeah,
economic
she
role.
figured she was chopping the splitter. She didn't have really a choice.
If he did not convert, she would destroy
We fly over
the
to the.
entire
Wait, so the car was on top of the
Very
ski.
source
So like,
legend.
not to harp on
Not
last
entirely
year's
sure
stuff,
how
but
she
I'm
would
kind of
actually
autistic
carry
as
that
well.
out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern
We just
phenomenon,
had
not a
fucking
contemporary one.
shaky Mc what the fuck up here. So
My story's a little anyway, so I'm like trying to be normal.
somebody want fuck you.
Many aspects that was his role.
Alright. Well, Ty, fun times. You were on the show again. You've been on numerous times before. Anything else crazy we should know about? How did it end? The thing that she gave you money?
Yeah, well, we're kind of settling it now. The cop that arrived is the same cop that was here on the last story that I told on the show. I've done rehashing it. But it's the same guy. So he's like, hey, you want all this information. You need to go ahead and do this. I was like, I think I'm fine. You're not lying. So, see what happens.
Okay, well, I hope the settlement happens.
Oh, you'll notice the limp now when I leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Alright, Ty Marion. What do you have? You got a big joke book? Yes, sir. Okay, well, then there you go. Ty Marion, everybody. Alright. Very exciting. Guys, this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, it can be overwhelming to have too many options. Which TV shows to stream or just wear in the morning, it can just be too much. Well, the same applies to overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. When you're in luck, ZipRecruiter, gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the native resume database. Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.
It's the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on it for your roles. See a candidate can really get in, you can unlock contact info instantly. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter has the number one rating hiring site based on
The number one rated hiring site based on G2. Overloading sits. Trust ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony right now to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter. Smarties, way too high. One of the rising comedian stars from Canada that's on the show numerous times before. Here with a new one for Ben Bankus. Everybody is Ben Bankus.
what's going on. I got 2 kids. This is my second kid.
Signor was charged with the task
Yeah, my wife, she tells people, yeah, we had a second kid, for our daughter. So she'd have a friend.
He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's tremendous displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when his son, Mayor Melamed, ended up passing
But I got
away
a son now. Every guy wants to have
for
a
his
son because it's
father-in-law,
manly and,
and Abraham died
you've seen
sometime
those
in
gender reveal where he has 2 daughters and then it comes out and he's like,
circumstances of his death. That's the
fucking handle this shit.
economic
So I have a son, but everybody thinks it's manly now. Son, she's 3. Not once in 3 years
that not
did
made
I
up,
worry she was
and
getting.
the resolution took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact
My son's 3 months old. I'm fucking worried.
should be our topic 2 weeks, was able to reinforce the fact that it was a lot of so it's basically the story of this girl,
How long you been on stand-up again?
Going on 15.
15 years. Real
of the
those spots here at the mothership. Long story short, we were getting
tremendous
wasted
political
at the bar last week,
capacity
and
activity
they said, "I'll
with
give you a minute."
scholarship. Wrote a major commentary
Are there any
on the Bible,
signs
for
that
example.
yeah, that's the thing behind the scenes of Kill Tony.
Hopefully we'll be
If
able
I get drunk enough right next, I'll go, you know what, I'll do what you do.
But thank you once again, as always,
After
for
watching
your
the sausage get spots.
Yes, the sausage gets spots. Is there anything gay about the 3-month-old?
Breastfeeds.
It shits and moans.
searching his life and his activities. I'm deeply inspired by it. This here, which is dedicated to his beloved. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies. Professor at Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually later the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. Of course, because he wrote a biography of Abravanel, Abar Branel. We'll get to that name in a second. It was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the IDF. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for us, it's his that will inform most of our comments. So, I want to go back to something I was talking about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham. I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Goldberg, I really found the whole connection. Ben-Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that when you look at the dates, that Hitler, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work, because that's where you see the pieces develop in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it, history are doomed to repeat it. And in our here at Carroll College, our chair of our history department told us senior likes to say to students, those who history are doomed to repeat it next semester. That's it again. So as history may not repeat itself, but it's certain, and there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition. And I parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an opera buffet, this pattern that we discussed last week. It really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation he argues came primarily from the Berger peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class, saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues that they were unprepared for the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism. Another occasion is complicated than just a binary choice. There are two other choices. One is don't pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened at their time. Is that the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse see as a pattern in Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of minority or social mobility. But, this is a way we would rather much remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given a choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Rabbbi. And the burghers are realize that disastrously converted the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. Education, advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds in an instant. And so they're confronted with perhaps 100,000 new birds who have the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the execution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology. These had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? The new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition because the church was interested in, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing, and they're going back to their Jewish roots, so you have to inquire as to their bona fide quite literally. And the Inquisition to the isolation of Jewish community because the Jews who had converted with their erstwhile co-religionists, and they ultimately inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu speaks. If there are others who disagree, today. It sounds late 19th century and early 20th century German. We see, let's put up the Spanish column over here on the. We see almost identical things happening in Germany. This line of history. Late 19th century and 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews
so like it was
converting
saying like growing up,
Christianity.
like my dad's a
Again,
tattoo artist, and he
purely
saw me and he was
pro
like,
forma,
it's
all of
pretty
the
tough out of my
avenues
son.
of
So
social
he sent me
advancement
off
that
to
were
work to
posted
learn
up.
how to tattoo
And we could
with this
rattle
guy,
off
Crazy
a
Joe,
dozen
at the
names
age
of
of
prominent
13.
individuals in the 19th
13
century
years
in all
old, and
fields
he'd
of
be
endeavor
working with this
who
guy. He was a fucking
chose
killer,
Christianity for
okay? I
those
mean, like,
reasons.
he wasn't
Some,
killing
like
it with the
Heinrich
ladies
Heine,
or doing killer
regretted it
tattoos. I mean,
and
he actually murdered a guy,
decided
stabbed him to
described
death.
it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions, and it extensively this created an environment that got religion because Aryan, so to speak, culture and so on, and separating them away from the rest of the population. When obviously back not be wholesale in Germany because we still have the war. That's ultimately this expression of theoretical appeal, and it's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of.
Yeah, that's all good. That's what happens on a
So
show
let us
where you
concentrate
sign up
on
and your name goes in a
our main
bucket and
topic
people
today,
go, now you know.
This is what you do. Yeah.
We should
You could have
begin
done
with
something
how do we
differently.
say
You said
his
you flew
name?
in today.
Netanyahu actually cataloged
Signing up.
17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet.
You say
And as a result,
5 years
using
in
Latin
Kentucky
alphabet
State
with a lot of variation
It's a
in
hard
Hebrew.
thing to
And
introduce
Hebrew, of
yourself
course,
and
does
tell
not
format
conventionally
of
include
the
vowels
Sorry,
in its
Waka fucking
writings. It gets even worse. How exactly
and there is no
pronounce
Waka
it?
Waka.
One
Now
of the
you're
most
trying to
popular
insult
words in
the
America
art
is
form
Abar
of stand-up
Banel.
comedy, but
I
everything
told
gets
my wife I was
lost in a
giving a
minute.
lecture on
If they're doing a
Habano. She said, "Oh,
1-hour-long
I said,
special,
Abar Banel. Oh, like the wine." So that's actually, she remembers it that way. Abar Banel. Heard it. But probably correct. That's probably how he pronounced it more or less with my name. Years of 1437 to 1508. He came from extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century, and in fact, very tragically, his own Shmuel converted. Know enough about the details in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Portugal, which had a decidedly more push, or at least more approach, and there in Portugal, safe from the abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish rights. Habano rarely deals with something of a blight on the family history, so he wrote about it from sources outside. He received in traditional Jewish Sephardic education. Look at what those things are momentarily, but this was under Portugal from the Jews, when just across the border you had one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish persecution. Rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, Germany, some of Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. Portugal was a still quite a bit of traditional power, where the king did have significant power, and the deal with over the church was the institution of the Camarades. You may recall we discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, the royal chamber, exclusively to the king. They did not report to nobles, or certainly don't report to nobles, and so as a community, whatever revenue they generated solely by the directors.
Best thing about your life.
Valuable institutions because the king would deploy them specifically to fill niches that could allow this power of the church, which was weaker and more limited. When Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly exposed the Christianity to the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, when they looked the other way, hoping to keep the Jews in the population. Rather than having them leave. He was especially associated with rabbis, it would certainly be studied. He was parallel writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the the particular form of Judaic research was into text and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards text and also Spain is also so he was quite Kabbalistic text. This would be very significant. Later on in his life, I began to write about the Messianic future. To be, for example, of 1503, the year that Mashiach came.
started in El Paso and then just moved to San Antonio.
At the same time, again, typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric, Sonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who is with a tremendous breadth of sources. One of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible Church, primarily because very liberal attitude towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se. So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of his stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V. A number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr. He also was pioneered an opportunity to help out. For example, the terrible story of 200 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into what happened from time to time in Jewish communities. Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? Online, you can do it. Just try to. Sorry. And so in Portugal, to find a war effort, and he himself did more than 10 happy family life, fathered 3 sons, and achieved fame on their own in an economic figure, but his patron, 49 years old, was completely unexpected, and this changed Abravanos' fortunes dramatically. As I think I told you last week when he was born, they said, second, there was success not at all the same as his father. Another thing is he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left were the roads of Portugal. No land to the States, no massive and during these times that build together, things are moving to the direction of, they fast and kinds of attitudes. The state being identical to the king, and Portugal is the Agape and the Agape. Some of the ways that he hoped to
So I go by the state
and
name,
since
Dr.
Abravanel
Rabbit,
was
reasons
one
that I
of the
thought were
primary
fairly obvious, and also because all
figures that
the
are
really
supported by
hot
the House of
roles that are
Braganza, he
on
was
Steve have already
definitely home and with a
obvious,
sick
right?
traveling companion. And on the way, he stopped them, and they learned that in fact the House of Braganza, the group had been arrested. So Abravanel put two and two together, and he realized that he was going to motion. He was in fact going to get much worse, and so it was very difficult to expose him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not suddenly skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, and only then, after some time, he crawled across the border and made his way into
Sorry. My professor would say that my classes go right about.
Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. This possession of all was a 30 in one once, but several times. And forcibly baptized him. That's claiming he was a Christian. You know, Abravanel was forced to come back and meet
College professor.
he was nevertheless able to restore all his family after what happened. And he poured his energy into his writing. Something which he had said a little bit out earlier. He wrote a couple of small treatises on a number of topics. Once he came to Spain, he wrote a commentary on the first three books, post books of that. He wrote the books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly, the word equivalent of 400,000
Honestly, I'm
words
so painfully
in
white.
four
Like
and a
half
half
the time I
months.
don't know what they're saying, or I
For
didn't know
those
what
of
they
you
were
who have written novels, putting time to space. Your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I wrote since 1994, he wrote 60 of them in 6 months. It's just an incredible output. Genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is that he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which, when in the book of Kings, for not in his initial output, but his commentary was when I lived in Lisbon, and the kings were just like it was over here, and he explains the book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying, he gives examples of things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic, it's more like a memoir. You can imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible. And yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton. Sort of understand. Neutral combination. Commentary on summon reputation. He was Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless. 9 odd years was the period of his dry power in Spain.
I'm really
Amazingly,
the type that they go for. But I mean, I'm kind of a push-up.
Abraham and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes in the book, how is it possible to do with Ferdinand portrait face? He is not, I didn't know this, when Machiavelli wrote some prince, Ferdinand was his model. So it's exactly the person who was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous, to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the British expulsion. Now, Abraham attempted to stage the expulsion. It was just released in March. Take effect. Ridiculous. Abraham raised a massive bride, offering it to Queen, hoping that that would stay. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene which, unfortunately, Abraham did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third quotes. They believe that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, that he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening and said, oh, it's not Ferdinand. Only the Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senor. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had with the Queen. And so Abraham and Senor went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was in a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God. That only God can really inspire a king to act. And Abraham, begging, he realized that it was hopeless, so he raised up to his full stature. And he just blasted Isabella with that.
Yeah, I knew ahead of time. So I need to meet someone who felt like I want.
Any nation that dares to persecute its dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion went ahead, but nevertheless, it was a famous oration, Ferdinand accounts, but unlike Senor and his son-in-law and the family who chose to retain an ultimate position of authority and wealth,
legally you
Agravano
can't
chose to
like
go
go
into
through
exile
with
with the
today
Jews,
ourselves and
even
like
though
we're gonna have
Isabella
a
and
party
Ferdinand
then.
did
I
beg
mean,
him
we
to
can't do
stay
this, but
in his
she can for a day. We
economic
can change your last
capacity,
thing about
as he did Rabbi Simeon. So it took him to the end of his life, already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to either North Africa or to the possibilities into Brazil. The Muslim countries, a lot of them, he had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. He didn't think of accepting Jews with the plague was first Italy, and then finally to Turkey and then upward. Wandering for many years, spending only a few weeks or a few months as commentary, studying on the issue of the gospel lamb, and the prophecy and messianism in our time. And at this point, under the influence of one of these sons in particular, he was very the Kabbalistic trend that and he began to try to use his messianic reign, which he believed would have been 1503. As I mentioned ultimately, where he actually, yes, that's right.
White people's favorite rap song is sing nigga. Niggas ain't around.
Definitely. Still have illegal communities, you still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of England. Many, many exceptions. And Fred can Shiloh's up a map. You can't really ask about something as tough as this. But you migrate to these places. The whole story of the last stop was Venice. I think Woods has been wandering for much in the last 2 decades. And then he was very fortunate. Found puppy many years later that was his son. So he rescued it. In fact, we have a rescue puppy today. So this phenomenal individual. Towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again in the service of really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. These two maps here, the Silk Road and the Spice Route, you have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can use for refrigeration. Spices are necessary to eat longer and so on. Primarily produced in Turkey and it points east. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable commodity that's very easy. India is packed with wealth. China is packed with kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name. So, that's what Venice was about the economics of the Silk Route. And the Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to Portugal. Forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama was relative Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century.
How many duck? Tight dogs. Okay, dogs.
Overnight, it's like trying to sell, I don't know, VHS machines. Netflix. VHS is all over. Recorded that wasn't good for
That's how many kids
in
you
a
have.
live audience. Abrivano landed it. I knew about it.
I think it's an
Abrivano
interesting fun fact, chocolate.
came up with
All
a
even you drink
plan.
it when you're
And the kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently a very tall individual with a booming voice, very his plan was fantastic. Originally, he's exiled. He's under a decree in Portugal. You can go back to not even. Fortunately, Portugal is learning about the oath because we're going to involve ourselves. We'll make our own trade, pursue that route. Unless you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served. This is the very top by his own personality. When we think about Apollano as a whole, with a little bit of a sense of what he was, the true brilliance of Apollano in his writing, where you see political insight, deep depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really comes to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, had easier to zero in much more calm. Specific points. This is skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines and appealing even to this day. I really enjoy doing the research and learning a lot more about life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sfaradim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin, Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though it's Greece. Tonight's lecture is by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of the parents, Harry and Jake and Isaac and Bertha Mark sponsorships. Your present is sponsorship. I think we're really grateful for the series. Specifically, we're engaged in funds for student scholarship. We've raised $12,000 so far, so we're almost there. The website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. There's $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give some props to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, there's no monograph-length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language. I could Ben Benita Abravana, but we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard C. Edelman, from Canada at Queen's University wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. The families in Ferrara, rivalry that will explore, unfortunately, a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will up third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Ben Benita Abravano's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned international debate over what exactly to do with issues, women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal library staff. Incredibly grateful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up coming to the library. They say, how can we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before the lecture, and the amazing the Manhattan campus got it for me in the blink of an eye and out to UK. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people took it.
Trans people in here? I'm still gonna fucking talk about y'all. What's up? Hey, listen, I I got invited to a drag brunch the other day.
Welcome to
That's not the funny part, sir.
Zoot. How you living,
But I
pimp?
know what you're saying.
Zoot. How the fuck are you, son?
Hi, I got some good news.
What's that, big man? What's
I
your
scored. Just fantastic.
in the history of humankind?
I scored the second highest on backwards, and then my
How many did you do? I don't even know what he's talking about. Numbers.
And now I was thinking, like, Moses, NASCAR, down bend. That's not the funny part, sir. Hey, listen, I got invited to a drag. That's not the funny part, sir. But I know what you're saying. Now I was thinking, like, bottom Moses, NASCAR, down bend, you know. It's bottomless Moses, but post-op pit crew dressed up like a scout fire, okay? Their waiters tucked under. God knows I was born this way. I was like, you weren't fucking born that way, you know, you weren't. But I did about 16 goddamn mimosas deep. I forgot what it was. And your boy got ready to risk it all on a girl named Peter, okay? Back and forth, and I'm a shooter, so I led with a dick pic. Got one, and I was like, what's that? She goes, that's before. I said, what's after? And she's like, well, you know, most of my wiener done been repaired into a lady's vagina. And I said, well, that's not Christian, you know. And y'all ever seen a wiener that's been turned into a vagina? Y'all ever reheat lasagna? But you ever been inside a wiener that's been there? Into a woman's vagina. A lot shallower than you think, a lot more shallow. It's like you ever cannonball to a kiddie pool and scrape your knee on a concrete? My name's Uncle Leafy. I'm in fucking
Motherfucking laser. I know exactly what I want to say right now. It's amazing because all the golden ticket winners, boom, they started with the bag. All the regulars had something so promising and boom, you know what I mean? We always watched them be good and then keep learning their voice and focusing harder. When you started on the show, you were nothing more than a funny character. You weren't a real comedian. There was no worked it out. You've been going on the road. Everything that a working comedian do, and it is amazing to watch your growth on the show. You've ever had on this show, but in real time, see the character that you've always had is fine, and you're working, and it's funny throughout, and it's still your silly, methy, fucking white trash tone. Very funny, Uncle Laser. How's life going? Fucking terrible. Tell us more.
So, I got a problem with the homeless.
Yeah.
It's been standing on this show, seen all the shit I'm talking about on social media, because I got my goddamn car stolen out of my driveway the other day by a couple homeless people. And I fucking recovered it. They took a big creamy shit in the back. And homeless shit smells different than regular shit. It smells like it wants to borrow some change, you know? And to make matters worse, and then about a couple hours later, I get a call. A while back on the show, I told y'all I got my merch stolen in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Couldn't locate it. Wasn't been located, okay? And detective from Santa Fe Police Department called me and said, are you Uncle Laser? And I said, this is him. He said, man, we located your merch. I'm like, cool. Like, where's it at? Can I come pick it up? Like, well, not part of this. We set up. Having your face on the mother.
Wow, so your merch is basically the pedophiles. That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. And, you know, I met her in Vancouver this past weekend, and
Okay.
and you know, I'm always up or whatever. And I got these two of them. They fucking tag teamed me up on the goddamn closet, hung me upside down. They jerked me off on a repeat to Ozzy Osbourne's Mr. Crowley. And, you know, hey, Tony, you ever heard anything ever put in your ass before?
Surprisingly not.
Okay.
Shockingly not.
Well, I have. Okay. And let me tell you first, foremost, fellas, there's a G spot in your asshole. Okay. And if activated correctly, okay, you ejaculate a bottle of it anytime in town, I'm sure. You know, sometimes I'm just thinking I should just wear sleeves, but here we are.
Redman has a confused on his face. He absolutely loves Hidden Valley Ranch. If that will work, if he ever orders fries and they forget, Postmates forgets his ranch on the side.
You never go down the first water line?
Nope. No, I have no interest in that.
Get in the shower.
Have you? Is that
Well,
what
I think every guy needs one. Let's just see what it's about.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you put a finger in your ass. God, Redman. Jesus Christ.
Hey, man, happy birthday.
It is Redman's birthday. How many of you think we should shove a birthday candle up his ass and light it right now? Those sweet butter cakes. All right, Uncle Laser, so great. Unbelievable set. Congratulations. Fantastic to watch your growth in real time. It is possible, people. If you don't believe me, go watch Uncle Laser's first 3 sets on the show. People hated me. They were furious with me, but we were now you're showing it in real time on stage. Incredible.
Can I shake his hand real quick? I'm a big fan.
Wow. There he is. Honey, Uncle Laser trying to up it before getting off. There he goes. This place get for Ali Sadiq and Kim Condon. Ali Sadiq's new special. 2 new specials just dropped. Ali Sadiq on YouTube. He's on tour at alisadiq.com. That's SIDIQ. I'm so fucking hard tonight. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable. One more time. I'm happy years of being Tony Royalty, one of the original regulars. KimCondon.com for tickets to Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. It's all happening, people. Thank you to ZipRecruiter, Shopify, Prize Fix and Open from the drawing from Ryan Chiggy-Belt is in. It's incredible. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, James McCann with ice cream. All right, that's a special one. All right. Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, and Deep Madness Red Man.
Check out The Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
People complain on the internet of the jokes, and then mostly the complaints I get on the internet is, I have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years, so there's quite a few, several hundred left web, and people complain that you told that joke already. Like, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only try for the first time, meaning I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right, but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started.
No YouTube episode Monday, August 25th. You're going to
David
go over to
has
Netflix
led
and enjoy
a really
action-packed episode
life.
from Madison Square Garden.
This is a little repute. Is cheap. He has been incredibly generally of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed, and the rabbi comes to him and says to him, David, long life and all of the mistakes you made, and all the bad choices you made, I transgressed the Torah in so many ways. Now is the time that you show up your evil inclinations. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's like I said, first time I'm trying. Okay, thank you for this writing. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel. So let's place Ben Benita, sometimes spelled, by the way, Ben Benita, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzhak Abravanel or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain. Portugal went on to Venice and many other places as well. He has originally had Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was Judah was his son, and Judah had Isaac. And they're married. So they were first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word. The laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible, both her father and through her father-in-law and husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children. Judah, Yaakov, and Peoria. There's more to this story that we will. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of the story occurs right in the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because you have Shmuel who migrates into Portugal, then you have his grandson Isaac who migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then of course the bell. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll when we speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal that the obvious point is, of course, that Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades, into the 16th century, and slowly make way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here we have, for example, from the website of Congregation Shaarei Israel, here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, and as the website indicates, it was started by 20 priests in 1654. And Jews, so they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, couldn't or even Iberian. So why have to specifically designate Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a an insight that I had between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into Portuguese Jews. Why is that? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition not per se directed at Jews, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned church Expulsion, on the other hand, of the two, was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were equality within the peninsula. The new Christians, you go back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never question faith. And so therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, would stay. We get to the Portuguese point, and I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit, and forget about going to a Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideology purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more hypocrisy in orders within their boundaries, and they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep a blind eye to their poor observance. So you had in Portugal a lot of Jews who had converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497, and two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish and legal disabilities. The two groups had a very different access to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were never converted, and the Mendes family, Dona Gracia Mendes, who was married Portuguese, who had converted, and in terms of the Spanish and Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendous horrible things. I won't go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to make the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands of the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about the Mendes family here. This is actually the niece of Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they were converted Christians. And for typical economic reasons, the local rulers were prepared to turn a blind eye personal domestic business if they stayed within there and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanos fit. The old Jews, the Sephardim per se, it's not the Portuguese. We'll really explore this dichotomy more a little bit specifically at life. We know most of the life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos and here in Naples. for quite some time.
Make some noise.
The husband, Samuel, was referred to in a local university great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular power, as we shall see in that moment. So there were several expulsions of exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they're exiled in 11, how come back in 1533 that Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically rights, and Jews are invited back normally or otherwise to contribute to the economy, and then the whole thing as we've seen. So the second expression is likely exerted through Benita herself because of her association with Eleonora, an absolutely beautiful portrait, of course, which you'll find is probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her portrait that was by Eric Ramsey, our beautiful arresting figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a non-Jew woman in the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenuto's home, and she was tutored by Benvenuto. She was actually some of Benvenuto's education and her sense of etiquette and style, and so on. So we only know about this kind of second hand, but the fact that family some indication of what they're standing up. When the expulsion of 15, such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a very important century. Primary response scholarship, and I would like to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary on a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society, but all of a the scene, clean, handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud, commentaries, and so on. So all of a sudden, having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent. Ugly and cheap as imitation of the beauty of handcrafted before they really got on the ball with printing, not with the technological advantage that it gave to society. The Jews were the center of that printing world. Vocation for printing, one of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi as an attempt to explain the birth of the Spanish expel topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the idea that here the Jews are now diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years on the globe, and the Latin phrase banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to spawn fellowship. She also used her wealth with one of the other unfortunate aspects. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when trafficking was booming. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic slave trade, which was really exploded in the 16th century once the Portuguese West Africa. Widely known where unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage. But and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Gilbert, probably born man. References dwarf. There's been a very dark skin, African origins, supposition. Many Christians, and at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, and would have this great congregation that would Bailey went from court to court saying that he has the ear of Prester John himself, and that with European army, he would actually take that huge host and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim. Make kind of like a striking figure wandering with tremendous chutzpah. You should go to my relative, King Wow. I like saying wow. So go and the Jews have been expelled and created. There was an Israeli King Wow. You know what? This is great. Yeah. Count on me. And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named who was a young man who again this one he may have been the child of Christianity. A glimpse of a messianic future and became immediately a Rothschild. Followed, he became Reuben's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They became a little bit of variation. This is actually his signature, highlighted signature. That seems to hint the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the place where, because he was a Christian, that returned to Judaism. He did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rubeni spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly King Cloud thought he wasn't so important, this messianic pretender who had for a brief period of time the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenuto's local position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy. And position burned 25 of those Jews. So Gracia Mendez, cheese extraction, world Jews. This is rather unthinkable. In the 16th century, there's someone who was suggesting this. She argued that Jews should no longer use Kona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendez herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view, not of economic and political clout behind it. Then Veneta, on the other hand, if they were to antagonize the papal states by break, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, and did not need to be pointed out, Mendez herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Albano and Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal controversy, the boycott did not remain to take hold. Not have permanence, and it certainly did not move Paul IV to change his positions whatsoever. Suggest an international port, and let alone not only a Jew, should suggest a boycott of the port. It gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century. They clashed with each other over some very significant matters. Now, the last part of the story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and get it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenuto's story. You will recall that many of our discussions in the past, how Jewish history is reconstructed from the reforms of literature. This is when there's some kind of dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores and a question of seeking Jews are to react. And the answers that the rabbis give back for halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. For a long time, we have possessed significant bonds of literature about a very notorious dispute in Ferrara, the 16th century. But it's only in recent years that it has been connected with Benvenuto and David Malcolm. Major 60 is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Rothschild, who always used to tell me that whenever there's a will, there's going to be family dispute. Children fight. My father, Rothschild, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But anyways, here's the story.
Barely decent yet, but no
Samuel,
I bet you would.
some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. At that time, Then, several years later, while he was treated for an illness, possibly, well, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo.
Yes.
So they can anticipate what that might mean, but like a natural son. It could have come of which we are ignorant, who was only a later children who was born to Ben upon the death of his father, claimed assets, and Isaac, by the way, was known to Ben. Of his younger brother, of his younger brothers, share. However, another, very well-respected principle of Jewish law is Amos Nechavero. Almost 3 years after Shmuel Abraham dies, Ada produces the will. So the question is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this? Heir to Shmuel's property. And is not his son Judah. Imagine, predominantly women live in the shadow of men. They live in the shadow of their protectors. And not only that, named the heir of all this property, she was executive. Meaning, she could decide what to give to each of the sons. There was an indication part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. They married women that don't need a to this will. Again, 3 years after the death. So this, okay, there you go. It's a, I don't know. That's cool. I don't want to think about it. Jared Kushner will place a big amount of money. So it is that attracted the opinion of the great Maharam Padua. Joseph Caro was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. how there's like a token says gifts while alive, where a person can right now, while I'm alive, each inheritance law. So it's not secondly, also more difficult. They didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which will be a standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using non-Jewish authority to bring this about? This was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional law boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system? So when Rabbbi was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated if the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires a will, with some very prominent rabbis said it should be, the will should be set aside, and the will was divided accordingly as say, then the oath on some kind of or at least a printed decided that we have about Benjamin. Let's just think a little bit about the legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of life of Benjamin connection to each other over our territory. We're located in many different countries to a degree that we've never had before as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain of a sudden they're scattered. Literally, the word scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews. That is, those Jews who, as baptized Jews, tended to exploit that dual identity for their economics. This created a very unusual, colorful minority that began to coalesce under this identity and perhaps help understand the long-lasting and secure notion that didn't have of their joint group identity. I hope it's interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Uswig and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion. Through this thing was for a while now. If my supposition that the use of Portuguese in the 15th century referred to the Jews, the old Jews who were massacred, and from Portuguese was kind of a Jewish. Those who had worked and then congratulations. That's the way that thing was. In the parking lot like a COVID test. So beautiful that Spanish and Portuguese together. Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, I could be totally wrong. But maybe the meaning of that phrase is that
things that you do.
I have welcome that don't worry about the past. Just talk about the understand what the facing careers head on. But you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people who want to improve you.
What else have you been doing in your life for fun?
Of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, etc.
Okay, so tell us about some of the volunteering that you've done.
Anyways, that's it. Next week,
different trees and stuff.
Nice. Very cool. Incredible. Do you ever get
nice lecture, Samuel Uswig. However, when I looked it up online, it's Uswig, which seemed to be in conformity with the Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is so please, those of you who know how to pronounce this, with me, if I say Uswig, it's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking it, that he ultimately completed, that we'll be looking at tonight, was in fact a treasure in a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for assessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the stories of Samuel Usquay and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Amazing phenomenon that we're discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon, the Sultan and Benarab families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the, as we discussed last, the coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in Andalus, and also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good so thank you to the regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Fidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really in creating identity of Sephardic Jews, uniting them around the entire Basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We're also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week, so prepare to donate to our Student Scholarship Fund $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% tuition bill because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly, at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm all for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of feedback and makes me feel like it. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of his Portuguese work that is the core of our Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese. Where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. That everything that for a millennium and a half has out as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is Portuguese translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulation. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I was in Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Agravano. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We will return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And also authored and when it was still fairly rare. The heyday of discovery of this new technology, wide dissemination of text, it meant that official organizations such as the church had to find these antinomian works to make sure that certain ideas do not circulate too far. Of course, some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of this way came out with this particular work. You see that the frontispiece has the image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in detail. And kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. And the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September, that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Arabic or something, I don't know. But it's like you put the specific date that was published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition file records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, we come back to many times since the fall semester. There aren't any parallels between the Spanish century. So many parallels in terms of social development, in terms of how dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, the Rothschilds, and they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, these Jew named Thomas Fernandez, most Jews took Christian name, convert, so he was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for those who I see a few new faces here. Welcome. Jews who was directed that Jews who had been baptized forcibly or because they were suspected directly of continuing to make with the so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who are suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence, you have this distinction and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews are called Spanish, were Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews in the tribe, at any rate, in the 16th century of Hernandez, we have this interesting passage. Simon Simeon Louise, who lived in London, Send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we pulled here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. Here, like for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz Luna. No, this is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz Luna, the wife of Diego Mendes. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendes. Dona Gracia, we'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. It was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. As this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being confessed here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ, he asked repentance, and the inquisitors ultimately ruled upon they accelerated the fires of his faith. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among Christians, and we know many trials that is circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained. A message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening of the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away Jewish consciousness in the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese, so the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and that he could have chosen Spanish for those Jews. Those ones who were living in that little space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically. It could be that the reason why it fell in circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, returning a Jewish text, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book learning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this, what the Inquisitors have to say. It did, unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly after and it tends to get lost. Let us go now look to the history ways So you recall, a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions that goes really back to the 14th century, in which enthusiastic lower clergy in particular acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy of Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized because she worried about his eternal soul, and when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up with a priest and about the most Spain now this population of Jews who are forcibly converted, we now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain, because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated associated with their prior Jewish identity. Very upsetting to the social political, and sometimes you would have marriages that able to solve the problem because now these persons without no one to whom to turn, for itself, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here. In Portugal, and it's an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation. Now I wouldn't say my favorite thing, but that's only because I like Olivia. Wow, but I like wow. So it's not right. You can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months. Simply open up his borders and give them free reign. He figured here if they came and stayed, but as Christian 13th century in Spain, after the dispute, and especially here, also Flower the second. He figured that one of we're going to get the Jews to convert, they would then be so that particular episode. His book, and something was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the all of the suffering. To my misfortune, the island of South may have recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards. As a slave fortress for the were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not moved the king's pity. One mother, distraught by this unexampled cruelty, lifting her arms and paying no heed to herself on the ship in the moving sea, and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus, those innocent souls were our others. Who can describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which closed all my besides the bloody and febrile groans which were heard? For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope. But he goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived and mercilessly left there, almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island. And the remainder who escaped these reptiles greatly spared of dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them in. This is a picture of his successor, Manuel the First. The king wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one. Not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died in childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The Prescott put it. The first time that Jews were persecuted out of love, right? Because he loved, it's not, I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out because it doesn't make sense. He's talking about the lizards. What did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized some Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them side, and before boarding were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problems. After he closed the borders, and he said that situations in which the Jews are not free, they are free to be Christians, and they're not under economic know-how. So for the next several decades, Jews are trying desperately to escape. Find a place where a place like this Portuguese Jews who were only a few years earlier, Spanish Jews, now trying to find ways to live their life freely as Jews. Essence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's a ferry was blowing natural right, and one of these and baptized Jews it's just the reflection of a candle. And a suggestion that was a natural phenomenon created a horrible in which laid also participated. You can list several kinds of like mob reactions because the general population is not happy to go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so Paul III says, that's it, we're bringing in the Inquisition again, the monster. The Inquisition comes from Rome, and the mere mention of its name speaks of the Inquisition in concrete metaphorical hard iron and deadly adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it lives on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive teeth. Its form is like both the awesome lions and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal eyes and mouth spew continual flames and bright as the sun. Finally, its wake it leaves a darkness like the dog arrives at its destination. The green grass which it treads on, where the luxuriant tree on which it alights dies, decays, and withers. It is poison until it is like the Syrian desert and sand, where no plant takes and no grass grows. Now he goes on to that. He says, I do not want to be remiss to the enemies. There were at that time some confessors. Who delivered their own blood to a cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them.
That's how it
Terrible
goes.
situation,
That's what happens on a
and
show
that's
where you
the
sign up and your name goes in a bucket.
this is what you do. The environment in which this way experiences youth and young adulthood. So let us go if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym. Of course, he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile, in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like that person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. When you take the letters in the word and mix them up. So, for example, one of the main character constellations is Cabo, which is an acronym of Jaco. So some scholars have argued Manuel Garcia, if I remember correctly, that's an acronym for, not especially well known, Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about what Manuel Gomez. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1491. Shortly thereafter, they grew up in this environment of violence followed by Inquisition. We know that he has tremendous similarity is the broad of learning of 16th century. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal, but he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the church fathers. It's not impossible, argues Coe, he may have been, like many sub-Indians for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood did he be given access to the broad humanities education that is required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was England throughout Central Europe. He also made it Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews have made their home. Jewish creativity. Ferrara was the home of Dona Gracia and Benvenida Abravana, the subject of last their political might and Jewish early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for education. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts exactly in the same period as and you can see in this particular image, which is written with the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish for this motif, very beautiful. These terrifying dark features that sort of remind me of the winds, perhaps, or the blowing winds. And here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. This is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews in exile from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic with tremendous danger. There were two stories of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how he spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in the Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it that three whispers, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they did, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, Samuel, our protagonist, they were writers together. Samuel was in particular may be an acronym for Manuel, but the three of them consolations for the tribulations of Israel and many other words of this kind. Now itself, what exactly is this book we're talking about? I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as you say in Hebrews, Ein Kemat, Ein Torah. There's no flower, there's no Torah. You have to have. Anyways, the dedication here is to Doña Gracia Nasi. Samuelista writes, the heart is pride, for it is the first of pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime first purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation, she was also from Portugal. She was also in Israel. And my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. Your Excellency, for you are the heart that offers your power shown that you feel our people's sufferings. Lead us not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege. First, and desire to satisfy you through works writing to thee for the large I have received from your generous hand. Since you beginnings have imbibed this truth after our mother's death, and your name and the memory of your goodness will be true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendez years later with the same respect and admiration because of the individual powers themselves. So you get a sense of, she also speaks brilliantly of her rival, and Benita Abravano, obviously he didn't want to send either one of them and Monica Luxembourg. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he battled relations with Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of Christian. Years that now suffering such tremendous pain. And so he begins in his prologue by attachment to our faith. He spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts. That this particular thing happened here, and you can parallels are absolutely chilling. The same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities to these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible is that if the peace that describe the true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe rabbis are surveying the disaster of Jerusalem during the Hadrianic period, 2nd century, and fox running. Rabbi say to him, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecy. Important, often painful details, the specific persecution the language is Portuguese because he was speaking to his generation. The style, centuries an anagram for Gapa, which is the prophet Safari who remembers.
Alrighty, so I do actually.
You know, you get a sense of scenery, where the historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, good as his sources, and quite often he's conflating dates. Takes it from the return of the Jews in the He's Dr. Stephen Fine, a poet at the Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous first century.
Professor was sitting in my class kind of stand up.
Imagine in a post, it goes from the post-Roman exile, a sense of what Jewish was like as he wandered around scattered communities throughout Spain. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is and a tremendous sense of mission. Prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to working with painstakingly hand-copied works. The head of the family was reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been probably studied in a secret room in the house. Was a major feature during the integrity of the Portuguese Jews in their subject. This way is photographic, trying to convey the up message of the end of it. Has to be a lot. Aspects of it today applied there. This is very rarely studied. Just by the way, a picture of Trump Portugal to a sense of the parallel today, where the century into our contemporary Belgian child. So wait just to ask for such a thing, but we don't have, in my humble opinion, anyone to caliber of this way, giving us that kind of message today. Thank you very much for your endurance. Remember, gold class night will begin the week after with the lecture on the Fidah. I can hang around.
Yes, awesome. So good to do this, yeah.
I hope you enjoyed that lecture.
Amazing. So let me ask you this, because you did have it. My question is, did a lot of the, a lot of the just start video, because a lot of, like, there's a lot of interested hookups. I've been some, they did not pretty good, am I right?
I don't know if I'm really the type that they go for, but I mean, you know what, that's not a question.
That's his experience. Truly in person with the 7 years out. I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now.
What happened?
Personal redemption. I myself studied the Asian code.
She's got, if we're just really honest.
Special needs.
Needs a black ball.
How do we deal with the crisis?
I mean, I'm great at her hair, I'll be honest.
or something. Like, how does that work exactly?
It is available to us. It's fascinating. The major Sephardic figure in the 18th century had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora, and I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material. Well, first of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $13,000. We only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think supportive of the Holocaust and the official Jews or perhaps it's Maran. Off related to varying degrees of research. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion, which is kind of Anglican term Klal Israeli, the idea of pan-Jewishness, like something like this people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are 2 works that we'll be relying on as well. One last good and welfare announcement, a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my book that came out at Harvard University, published the first edition. Here is the original cover is kind of a dull, sad the history of the Jews in the first 2 years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount that a lot of the independent set up during those first 2 years tried to create special relationships with the Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example. But it all ended in disastrous failure through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also has a Ministry of Jewish Affairs. The book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm real pleased, in Ukrainian translator, so it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 Karbovanet bill, which was published by the very briefly Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in English, 100 Karbovances, 100 Karbovances, which is kind of, you know, like the high point of their cooperation. That's just a shame. self-promotion. We have the Chidah. Now, the Chidah is a life. He was born, I believe, 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century. But we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so we'll start with that before we go to the Chidah directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula. And this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic and actually quite disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to challenge by the huge expulsion. Portugal, going into that country before, will be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them felt that perhaps they would do better. They would seek out their basic stuff if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella, and in fact, convert to with degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. Mediterranean basin is tremendous. Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their possessions more hospitable shore. And they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. It's tremendous danger. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often and were totally bereft of any means. They could possibly, they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic of people. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. It's so hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local community charged with their upkeep. From time to time, they actually turned back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa, because there was fears that the Jews carried economic in nature. The legend goes hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away that were coming by boat to Rome. So a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and the closing of the borders, and the time that the Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and feared their lives, and were constantly running from one place to another, not to discover no Jews. So now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference in Istanbul, the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which was the earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing to the Jews who are making their way over here, and also really so the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually have of it takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I'll just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of race through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment the Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. For those of you who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we have another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, also a whole story for herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, and actually plays a role in the latest story of Piddah, an interesting character comes from the Eastern world. He was from Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of wanderings in the forest, and perhaps delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. Older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is, more and more research really in the last half of the 20th century has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill, and he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his popular that it became a non-Jewish. Well, the line drums I'm going to show here are in fact to traverse vast distances with things that he did at the time. Some of his what they call later Ukrainians, many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi, saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. And how much else do we have to say? Must be the time of Mashiach, What are some of your
So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews of the followed him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatite speak towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and he said, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the previously. By the way, his principal propagandist make them a property out of pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatite sweets. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity. You know what? That sounds like a very appealing counter offer. And so, being in prison briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers his movement and tried to rise back in their home throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatite speed. I'm actually comparing it to contemporary politics in America. We just use your imagination. But they believed in him so much that there was nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dinner, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what Islam. And we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions. Yeah. So the Dinner actually converted Jews to Islam. They maintained a dogmatous relationship for a couple of hundred years, so right up through the 20th century. Several Dinner played major roles. Perhaps we'll talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, not a sudden and sharp break, because Shabbatai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing, very thought-provoking, stimulating. It did not read like Narishkar. It did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thoughts are persuasive, and thinkers, who would be surprised thinkers, were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatai itself. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini Inquisition, where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There was a question perhaps who actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with higher G-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and floated a few ideas. But nevertheless, Jews in the 17th century and the immediate 18th century, the foundations of the life and worship of God. One of the Anic movements why 100 Jews from I think it was and Germany to Israel who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to have all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed them 100%. And there was one these followers, of course, it's from every
native Jerusalemite. And then, to their arrival, Yehuda and father are left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever. And Jerusalem, with this economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically, they borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to pay the loans. So much so that in 1720, Muslims actually seized the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it. There are debts that were outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Torah was born. Okay, now, let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chidah, he's known as the Chidah, as is common Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Chaim David Azurai. Chidah also means secret or riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a acronym. His father was a Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, the attending physician, and in fact, his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his brother, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he later Torah to his Rabbbi, to his grandmother, and writing specifically that he was there for managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from youth, apparently at the age of 13. He was also already giving classes to people who were 3 times his age, and he was especially associated with the Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem. So I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a late Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remained in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. The most famous of which, he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shem Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 years, 40 days, lost the of a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Israel, which is major center at the time. Way to northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, then coming down south to Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way. And then he brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple of decades later, where he made a slightly different time. He also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. He skipped that. He stayed primarily in the West, but he left a record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards. And there's a lot more research that can be done. I spent a lot of time looking at excursions. This mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger, I didn't even how to read this, I don't know where to start. It's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so, what exactly what he was doing? The incident is called Shlichut, or he was on a mission. The Shaleach means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a Mishulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is Shadar, which is Shaliach de Rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbi. And basically, he was sent to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You'll recall that they're struggling to suddenly doubled with all these Ashkenazi bring up the Sephardim and manage as well. And all these Ashkenazi come, some of them are Hungarians, they take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, cancel everything's on credit. He was sent out to collect the money. Why would someone want this? And these trips, by the way, took like leaving his family behind so much. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, it was so exciting. I'm reading about the Pizah. Guess what he did? It's so interesting. Of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees what I'm thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, he's gallivanting off, visiting all the great bits of London and Paris. She's at home and like, well, even with all these Ashkenazim, what's going on? So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a Shaliach are obviously a tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, we have great records of how the Mishulachim work. They keep 1/3 of made. Well, you know, your wife and family are cared for by the community that you Dr. Lehman, I showed you earlier, organizations based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems people were like free agents now, and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missed documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, they'll be nothing further because the community had already emptied its coffers. Just to give you a little bit of sense of this, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. Forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote part of Canada here, where the red dot is. Little town called And I remember, this would be the 70s, that every now and then, Rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This Rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have the living room sofa, and he would get for his money. While he made in whatever it is, in this town 10 miles away, my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Base Yaakov in Montreal, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles to go visit all the tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father, and he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why he would do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing all of them because we moved down to North Miami Beach, and my first tenure track job was down here, and I'm going to show up today, and I show up, and I see hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And of course, you know, father, every single Jewish family around Highway 11 is absolutely astounding. Just give me a sense of the role, this is one of my sons. Airport Falls. This is the town, by the way. And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there will be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia. It is so far north. And this is where this Meshulach would travel. Really mind-boggling that this was one of like hitchhiking Meshulachim. He landed with just one assistant, and we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for etc. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Chida was doing. So looking at kinds of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power. And it was, like David points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora identity, by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chida are likely to another, often living with the idea that they are part of one diaspora, that they are one cloud, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching This diaspora was very difficult to manage the languages of the central authority, the Pide Kushta, the appointed people that is the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Ladino characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have different styles of calligraphy. They would have to ahead to communicate this issue. And somehow they work with people like the Fida, which Syria, and the were associated with actually very different cultures. And especially over a couple of centuries, further and further apart. But the role of the Fida was to still connect the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, identity as a diaspora. Why was he such a famous scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult the most prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai, who wrote a book on Sephardic greats, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbbi Yosef. The Fida was like a dream Musharraf. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tended to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism, because if you imagine him walking into some German, traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe, the picture of him here is probably not far off what he looked like. It is 18th century. There's a lot of liberties taken. So you have similar kind of issues with pictures of the Roman Dome, for example. He apparently was very tall, very good looking, exceptional speaker, and he will be called upon as he comes to these towns to deliver some moral wisdom. The local rabbis to a kind of implied debate, and those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge or an aggressive challenge, and the Fida was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself if he ever was frustrated or angry. That they hurt themselves up. But he would manage all of these kind of encounters in a very that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week, and for the Sabbath, because he was true to whatever village he had to be staying in, by the way, he and his assistant were quite dependent on the searchers to convey them to their destination. And every now and then, he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, and all kinds of difficult situations. He mentioned, the diary, and I think the spot where I've seen things like this. It's a diary, but it's a travelogue. It's very entertaining. He describes how he needed to remove himself. And so the side of the story. On the other side, just like solid earth, so he's like, chop over the stone wall and do what he inventions. You imagine the door. Great rabbi with these kinds of very human. His own chickens, and he would chef the chicken on. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with it. So much so. Associated that, just a horrible, terrible story. But he says that we don't realize that that child was actually Mashiach. And we were not ready to see him. Story. But you get a sense of what kind he was. Okay. So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's Matthew. The map here. This is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out. Some of the adventures he had. I talked about some of the first by the TSA constantly. He had to go, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I off the top of my head, and they told him in advance, Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this our town is insistent on the Jewish house. He got arrested and he got dragged. He fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like on my person. I was technically wearing it on my head. It was in my quite often he was subject to danger. Carrying all faced with for years. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, a Gavir, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And it had different from modern Celtics future star. Christian died when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who, for example, is a Sephardic Jew living in France who was the first, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by French and in by sign. First of all, there's this book here, really his best known book. Shemagol literally means the of the great ones. It's a two-volume compendium, about 4 inches in, about it in a bibliographic context. He listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a the second volume
Financial
is
advisor needs to be
a
boring their
list
whole
of all the
entourage so
authors. Scholarship with, thank God my wife, go look at Shane Huckabee,
working at
the
NASA.
name.
What was that like?
Go look at the name of your child. That one problem is like,
What was
called Hopefully Israel, which is not authored by the people. certain number of verses of the Zohar. One of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses, and he set it all down to order, and so you can study the entire writings. It out. There is an I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior and so on. The second expedition already, he's a senior scholar. Character, everywhere he went, he was treated. Almost every time. He was heartbroken by Rachel had passed away. That took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno, where he had children living in Livorno. And in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno and spend several years there, where he passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to write, but he brought it to an end there. Now, one last detail about it, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman. He received very different reception, particularly this began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of the shot from the act. Really, he's the most important aspect of the Fidel's life. From, a perspective many centuries in the future, is of course his literary legacy. But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the tour of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities here was a real-life, legitimate, personal reminder to the Jews of their connection to the Holy Land. In fact, many Zion today, let us recall, talking only about before the Ashkenazic onslaught 1700s, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem, a tiny amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora can still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim indicates the tendency, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like the Fidel. There is one last miraculous story associated with his reappointment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Fidel had always wished to be buried in the homeground, petitioned some more else, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here's his mausoleum on the Mount of Olives. But there's one last, sorry, I'll have this up, the Mountain of Rest. Thank you. There's one instance that somebody is So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu that when they, you may be familiar with this idea, that the bodies of tzaddikim, the bodies of the righteous, do not decompose. Like Beethoven, the Levi, decompose. But so just go back to So the bodies of tzaddikim, this is a belief that the bodies of the tzaddikim do not decompose. She was told by Rabbi Eliyahu to put the body of the Chida in the paint. There were two occasions on the trip. One, in fact, the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to remove the body from the plane and they were going to take it for interment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in a dignified position. The rest of the Kaddish, the Baruch side didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to give up, but Rabbi Eliyahu insisted, and so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the people who intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said that the way it felt, in fact, the body of the three dogs did not feel like it had decomposed at all 200 years later. Was made. That was insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at St. Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention, as always. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I was reading about the life of the dog. The research for it was pretty fascinating. What strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, menial job, particularly in his first tour. He was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for the community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud says, here comes Hedron Kalbe, and Epha does not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as meaning when a very person gives you a blessing, think it's your
How do you talk about someone that's great?
We're not on way jokes right now. We can make sure everybody knows you were just funny. Tony, most of the regulars is how they make their day-to-day wage. Get room tone for audio. I would just do a joke so we could hear that we have the ventilation and the light sound. It never gets quieter than when you in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live, Austin? For how long?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
This
Jersey, what was that
week we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire century. In many ways, a lingering the way we relate to each other as Jews, even into the 21st century. Empowering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and was really an inspirational character that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of many Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force of personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a messiah-like figure because of the salvation that he was able to give to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. More complicated, but the deeper we go into the background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements. We'll welcome very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Gray. They've sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to the scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that long-time sponsor should be associated with the name of Montefiore. Our source today is the Abigail Green's recent biography of pages, published by Belknap Press. Really an impressive scholarship. She herself a descendant of Montefiore. Clear that her research. At the same time, it's fun to read about some of the inside scoop that she gives us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when, and it was a custom at the Passover Seder, that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary, in which he describes the spiritual salvation. It's a very unusual kind of perspective that it has, and it's a very worthwhile reach. It's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's narrative or what's happening in actual see if I can bring some of that particular spice into my own writing. Anyway, that's our primary source for today. This man, his years, as you can see, 1784 to 1885, was just over a century. As a cause for international celebration, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure for communities really of the world. He was incredibly influential in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts and placed almost all in the world, helping besiege the leaders trying to work through some of the political crises that they face. Of his populations that were desperate for suffering from cholera and so on were explored. Some of those were in English. English, it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses. I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. He made a baron as well. And his places on it were had tremendous influence. St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem, of course, was considered how he influenced a lot of Jews living there. The mass constant his to actually Jerusalem banner, they often here. It felt like a messianic kind of moment. This great 84 caused them to be sad that you don't have the celebration. Now, much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir. The literary executive. He had a massive amount of personal papers because, as I mentioned, he was a assiduous journal keeper, diaries, correspondence all over the world. And Joseph, some years passing of almost the entire. I've argued that he wished to avoid exposure to his uncle to humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Have argued more charitably. That his uncle was reified and ideas. It was an open question. Dr. Green goes into a book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits that were official when it comes to purpose and saved, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmud, but a very broad secular education as well. Which he wrote one of the official biographies. From the archive, and that taken together is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archive, world government. But there's a phenomenal amount of source material, journalistic accounts, government papers, so on. The other side of the correspondence, Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture. The man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. Actually came from an Italian family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be very welcome actually passed, which was rather unusual for Europe at that time. And so many Jews flocked to that region to be free to practice their own faith.
Destroying the competition.
So-called Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492, or when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula, and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. Just to give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, this split party of the Portuguese. Portuguese was the affiliate of Montefiore Synagogue in London. That's actually how they would conduct all of their business was in Portuguese, minutes in Portuguese, and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not run iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the Trinity Reform movement, made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating men and women together in the sanctuary. Literally, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand very Sephardic and was based on Reform. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and they were visiting Livorno, where their parents come from, and that's his connection there. Shown here, Judith was actually Nazi, so a little bit of an unusual marriage at the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. But when he was irritated with her, wished to needle her, he would call her in German, Margarita Frau, which is a Yiddish or German term, underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi elite of London. However, she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom, Judith, marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying the Rothschild family, together with the Smith, another third family from the control the tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Tragically, he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and burned to death. She could not be rescued, and then her father thereafter. And he remained support of his mother. Together, you can see rather quite devoted. You can also get sort of 18th century feel to this image, even though they were married in the 19th century. It definitely feels kind of like a they remained, unfortunately, childless, and this was a cause of great pain to Judith, that she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. He made his money primarily in the Mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred burgeoning stock market, which was really just developing in the 19th century in London. He partnered originally with his Abraham, but they had a major going out, and Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. In fact, this was kind of like a very sharp red line. A defining line in the sand for Montefiore, tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with family members who did marry outside of the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in later in the stock market even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they have gas lines running all over the place. It sounds terribly dangerous, but that's in fact what they have for street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age. Family fortune that made it so many times that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1824, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age of 30. Although in reality, he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philosophic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but he had actually retired from business per se, already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time after that? Well, it started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. Just to give you a sense of what it must have been like. He and Judith bought a carriage that looked this, and they would travel Europe. That would take days upon days for a few hours. They would spend weeks traveling place to place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved places, and he was very fond of compiling very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home, he saw boats docked there preparing to go to Jaffa, Israel. He was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately the top 12 active individual began. We should mention this point is when the was particularly learned in many areas that other Jews simply on the other hand, what he did know he was an immovable force with regard to those halachot, with regard to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. Very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century, and I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, it's enough already. Like, beyond what's necessary. Blind anyone for having money. And all of those have money, please share it with our students. But he was definitely not like that. He was like, he refers many times to the great feeling of anguish when he encountered the war, and which also, we should say, that he was not at all parochial. One of the great forms of his philanthropic activity was that it had Jews and non-Jews. When he was served, that's part of why his particular philanthropy, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to do the donation. But remember, last week I looked at the Pidah. This is a period in which philanthropy is changing dramatically. The whole history, the mechanism of Jewish philanthropy is changing. Because the individual communities in Israel would send quite often their messengers, like the Pidah that we saw last week, and the Pidah and other members would collect money, and they would typically keep 1/3 of everything they collected for themselves, which meant that there was a certain number of Charlottes representing the same poor population coming through town, and if you just gave, 100 lira to the first representing Hebron, then the second guy comes, he says, all of my donations are actually overhead, and how much are actually getting to the people of Hebron. So there were several competing organizations that claimed to collect and organize and administer these collections such that the overhead was minimal. Montefiore did not say, you know what, I don't know what to do with all of these solicitations I'm receiving. Let's just give it to Montefiore and he'll take care of it. And in fact, he did. So this is something I see even in the charitable world today. But let us go back to our story of Israel. So he made 7 trips to Israel in total. And let's recall that trips to Israel in the 19th century were nothing like the trips we have today, where you simply, it's harder to get to JFK than it is to get to Jerusalem. It's a tremendous, these are trips that were quite dangerous, that required, travel through war zones, that required travel in places where there was real Cairo by boat to Israel will be fine. We won't be attacked by pirates, but just to be safe, everybody has to dress like an Ottoman Turk. And in fact, we have a couple of passages. And what she described the kind of was in these places. Okay, so in Jerusalem, he writes in his diary, with humble thanks to my God, the God of my fathers, the only true God, we arrived safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-desired object of our wishes and journey. May God Almighty bless my dear wife and honored mother, make me more deserving of his manifold blessings and mercies, that I may become every day a better man, a more righteous Jew, useful to my poor brethren in general, so that my latter days may be virtuous, guard and protect me and my to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to his almighty care. In a sense, for the genuine piety that he experienced upon experience for him. Over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should mean to make themselves productive. Living in Jerusalem at the time, something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split Ashkenazim and Sephardim, very to Europe, usual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth coming in great characters, especially later. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, a uniform as the sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff. Interesting guy. When I think of sheriff, I think of Wyatt Earp, you know. It's like more like the sheriff of Nottingham, right? Except good guy, right? With a big, like, you know, old office, medallion of office with red robe and things like that. And he would appear, he is astounded that a Jew could be wearing and if you look on the champion, it's just one of the most powerful. Countries in the world at the time, empires. He also vocational endeavors, sometimes like famous iconic examples in Jerusalem. Windmill try and get the Jews in England and in Northern Europe. He felt that harnessing wind power to grind ground grain into flour would be something that would enable them to be productive. They didn't really think too much about exactly where they put this particular windmill. The wind was not as effective as they would have liked. Was constantly breaking down. They didn't have parts for it, so it's more of a kind of a visual icon. It was quite a significant statement, and it was a visual reminder of Montefiore President. The alms house here, by the way, set up for the poor, were paid for, as well as much of the windmill, by a request of $50,000, which is an incredibly sum at the beginning of the but none other than Judah Turo, for whom this college is named. We'll speak a lot about him in a couple of weeks when we come back to it. But Montefiore was the recipient of because people wanted to give her so much. Let's just have a next thing. So, the example of the kind of stories that are associated with it on that first journey. I don't know why, but they were carrying just to back up, especially for these people in the internet on the holiday of Passover. We eat these unleavened bread, sort of like wafers or crackers, absolutely tasteless, and no human relevant whatsoever. That will be coming up eventually. But I shouldn't even say that, it's scary. But at any rate, it's just bread and it's just flour. And the water meal is called the afikoman, and it just means that it's saved for the end. Some people save a little bit of it for various remedies, like the threshold of a door, as a kind of a fertility invocation with it. But anyway, he had some of this afikoman with him on the trip, and the sea was raging, the sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the boat, and he said, "Oh my God, happy." After that, everyone was blown away and said, "Wow." And he recorded this in his diary, and this is, by the way, the story that they read the Montgomery statements because his descendants or his extended family recall that moment. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Touro College and healthcare, not Touro College, Judith Touro, and healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Touro name. He was big into a personal philanthropy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive the collection of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census basis, if you walk up and say, I represent 3,000 people, or I to try and determine how much money should be. So he decided to give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked for it. And there are engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book here, where he's sitting down with Dr. Green's, and there's huge lineups of people, kind of like Rabbbi giving out dollars. Huge line there, and they would have a little conversation. And of course, this is the way he maintained it. So doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also have a personal connection with the people who know the stories of the people who
His odds of winning go from 98%
it's not about getting into trouble, however. There's
to have that Hail Mary.
Mount.
Have to hold on shoots with your
Also in the sign for the description of as well. The Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslims on the rock, originally built both.
so impressive.
And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built for the mosques. Temple, that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some where exactly is the high priest during the Yom Kippur. And actually, he was, formally educated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all of the charity, despite all of the there are a couple of stories. One of those stories is that he did not walk the mountain. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs. And so the non-Jews, for whom there is ironically no prohibition, put anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling who Montessori was the person, though. He asked his secretary to put all of the signatories of the Pharaoh. All the rabbis would formally excommunicate them. And of course, they received the Gabbai to read a Mishaber, to read a blessing on all the men. It's also, Dr. Green discusses the was women's education. Again, the whole idea of making the Jews, the impoverished Jews in Jerusalem, 60, 70 years before Sarah married Yaakov movement, and Sarah had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, to college, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, and that's something that's replicated not quite with that. The fears among the traditional community would be that this would be much more completely banned it. And the harem that were due to the upset over the idea of educating women in the formal environment. Nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any conversations about women getting educated. That's a perfectly unfortunate. I'll probably cut that over here. Anyways, that's some of his beliefs. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man. He was definitely someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity, participation, kind of like, sort of typical of his class and station. Man. And we have myself to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, and that I may daily be more deserving of it to receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear wife. This day I begin an era. I fully intend Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around some way, on a personal way, that it was typical for members of the synagogue, or wealthy classes, to not attend. If they failed to attend a certain it was a fine, like you had to pay. If you didn't show up, often enough, you had to pay So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine, and he showed up and felt like it. But then after visiting his, not only did he pay the fine, he gave off, but he didn't pay the fine. He asked to become the Rabbi himself, and he became the tax master, and he was the one who was constantly pestering his social circle. Why aren't you coming to England? And he literally revolutionized the whole attitude towards Europe among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. It was something of a Baal Tshuva itself in this regard. But we have so much more to say about it. I jumped ahead a little about this, right? I talked about this without even the slide. There you go. So what is, I think, most significant, though, is because as I mentioned earlier, regarded his God of chesed. I've given those terms. Literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation. The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is the Hebrew word malakah, which means labor. It's effort, to do things. Carry things and get ready. That's eved, a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context. But that's someone who physically has to do work. So a voda is something that you reach down to your kishka. Kishka is a difficult term to translate, but it's something you have to work to. A voda, however, is also the term used biblically for worship. Service in the sense of we're using Hebrew word sharet, to actually provide for another. So the avoda in the temple would be to provide, so to speak, for God. But there's also an avoda for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avoda, which is again these two elements of both physical labor, effort, and that is by chesed. The second term I want to find. Chesed, again, hard to translate. Generally rendered as kindness, but in the Hebrew, a few places in the Bible, it means going beyond what is the norm. Doing more than is necessary. So there's the word chassid, right? Like the chassidim, Williamsburg, Crown Heights, and so on. But his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other people? And for other poor people in general? How can I possibly help? And he devoted a tremendous amount of energy. Let's look at a couple of examples. So, the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary. In 1840, there's a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim in Namala, disappeared in the streets. We don't know exactly what happened to him. Murdered and the body lost by because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced. In the context of the scandal, the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human bones. They may have been, dog bones. Anyway, we don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover matzah, right? The old ridiculous blood libel that has haunted the Jews for centuries. Complete fabrication has no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always spelled doom whenever the libel circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography. I'm not sure but they're just awful. So what ended up happening is 2 of the tortured Jews actually died while in one tried to stop and that's put on quotation marks, of course, because they're present while being tortured, and they listed all kinds of names of Jews in the community, particularly prominent Jews, and said they were all involved in this crime to murder this man. Those people were also arrested and again, and it became quite an awful affair. At one point, in trying to seek more information, officials stormed a Jewish school and arrested 63 children and kept them incarcerated, separated from their parents. Got involved and said, listen, you know, we don't want these kinds of things. This is already coverage. These Jews were still held incarcerated, together with, as 2 of them ended up being rivals over so many things, relegation to the Ottoman Empire, that agents should not be involved in. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of an individual in Egypt. And there, Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's robes and so on. And he demanded that they would send that this end. What's going on? It's too complicated for our purposes today. The Egyptian authorities that they would capitulate, at least in some form. So what they was, the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, although not a problem. They were just agreed to let them free. And eventually, they created, by the way, there was a burial site created. And the inscription says Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood. Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave. Issue of Quran, a document indicates that in fact Jews do not drink Christian blood. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the bloodline. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure who was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, created this massive troll for him. Remember the thing, it's about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around the Jews. This whole shown down here. There are stories of massive bearing. At the very top depiction says that Moses, not the story, was like David, who goes out and faces the threat of the lion in this case, to save the lamb. Moment, probably the high point of his career as a professional. In the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip things very quickly. Another effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon to that all Jews will displaced if they live within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a enormous amount of smuggling German borders with Russia. Jews suspected correctly of being involved in that trade. Typically, autocratic and heavy-handed. The style simply banished all Jews from this region. Tremendous dislocation and suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here by the way, is in the Russian Empire between 1772 with the first partition of Poland up until the end of the Tsarist Empire. 1917. This region means Russian language. It's just a region of settlement. The term scale probably comes from English, and the region that's the southern part of the UK is Scotland. It's also called the beyond that pale, meaning beyond the Jews were offered. So any Jews living within 40 or 50, a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. Idea. Because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox, like the idea of the vocational school. He met with Nicholas I officials and shed many tears there, as he describes one of the debates with some of the local communities, discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia. They felt that this would represent the end of the retreat from Dr. Bain's book here. It's very appropriate because we just have four here. Laura, this is the story. This is just Mordecai overhears them plotting to kill the king. So he says, if Mordecai had not understood the language, understood the native language, then big time insulted is sweet. Right? They would not have spoken it, but they understand. So Mordecai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin, the Talmudic understanding, and therefore language. But the same did not apply to the masses. I'm willing to pragmatically, if you're opposed to study of secular subjects, you will be qualified to protect your rights before the government. But it just smiled politely. The advent of the Messiah. But until then, we are well satisfied with you.
I already said that I don't trust them.
Sense of how the theory was interacting with this complicated society. A last period in which unfortunately was not successful. And this shows the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates that the Jewish worldwide was the horrible Mortara. Had been baptized many years earlier. The action child brought to a monastery and raised him as a therefore was a Christian.
If John Jones is healthy, back in the desk room, ready to go, no issues, by the time the book
was the massacre become sort of this young he was 8 years old, charged back from the church with his family. Montefiore was unable to persuade the church
Unbelievable. They
to sum up
literally said nothing
his
to
legacy.
them.
Montefiore absolutely phenomenal supporting who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of a extremely well-to-do God and reach out to the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the wealth. Thank you very much for your attention. Look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, I guess you know what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation. What I really loved is how this is an individual that's acting on it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many
If you are please think about what you can do. Or another donation.
Like so fucking aggressive. He was amazing, but then like that's how it goes. Like Tiger Shield game.
Look at the life of Daniel.
So, what up? Prime 69. How you living, pimp? How's your day?
Like, there's do not disturb sign at my door, and I told him to kind of just fuck off. If something happened, like, why the fuck is he being annoying? But and then we kind of just hang up with me. It's just more natural instinct. Like, I don't want to fight anybody else. So I'm just trying to protect my fucking privacy. Like, I went out to smoke a cigarette, and then I went to go back to my room, and I found myself in the bathroom. I know what the fuck I was doing in the bathroom. Kind of shit, you know?
Okay.
I'm just trying not to like stimulate myself too much. But I'm not doing a great job of it.
Do you think you should go to the hospital?
I mean, I would have told them I thought I had a concussion. They probably would have taken me, but and what I understand, like, I know that like you just need to be careful, and like it's not like they didn't have to try to get me to rest mostly. It's not like it's crazy. Like I got a lot of help.
The cops say.
Oh, I didn't see the cops because they didn't call me. I told them, but they didn't. They knocked on my door because I can't hear shit sometimes when I'm in your business. In my room.
That's an important situation. How are things with your roommate?
Well, I called the cops to protect the store. She on debit code, and that's as serious like I did. If I wasn't as if I had been gone that shit earlier in my life, because I don't think. Yeah, I mean, like overall, it seems alright. Like you just not gonna. Thank God, because like he was getting weed from me, but it's like it's not even about that. It's just like he was waking me up when I still had a job. He'd wake me up at like 11 in the morning, and I was telling him like, bro, it's way early for me. I work at like 4 p.m. So I'm like trying to get my sleep for my long shift. Because like sometimes I have to work like doubles and stuff, so I always have to have as much sleep in my shifts as I can. Like regardless. Like sometimes I'll do it. When I had a job, to risk that I might be sleeping throughout the time of the day. Like, and nothing will really bother me unless you're knocking on my door or phone.
How's your relationship with him?
Well, I mean, like right now, I don't want to talk to him. Like, tries to talk to me, I tell him to fuck off. I don't want anything to fucking ruin my life. He's been ignorant about it. He acts like he doesn't understand that what he did cost me is my job. So, it was a really nice fucking, like, I could just be alone. So I went up there with no sleep and I got fucked up. It was all bullshit. Had my fucking sleep routine respected, and I wouldn't have never had that happen. So,
Word, dog. You gonna have an okay.
I mean, like, I don't really care. Like, I just fucking be in my room, do whatever. Like, you know, we don't want to talk a lot. I don't need to be around him. I need to be
Why did he want you in the first place?
What do you mean?
He
I
not.
don't know. He said he had gotten, like, one of the roommates said he got something like tooth procedure, and that he was gonna ask me for see if I had pills for like had him in the neck, like in a arm. He was like, I don't need your pills. And I'm like, what are you talking? In my office. My like here try to confront like my is very sacred and shit. Like, try to fucking if you don't have like my clothes, why are you interrupting my clothes? It'd just be it's like I'm out on the street walking the street and it's like I don't want all that energy of like walking the street and getting asked for a cigarette.
How's your
I
other?
just don't care.
How's your other roommate?
They're fucking very minimalistic. They don't try to fucking integrate me into their lives. But he was very much just that kind of person. Where he's like trying to like have like the friends and it's just like I go smoke weed outside and whatever, but like he just took it too far. But my other mates, like, they were there for me on it, and I was just like, I don't understand this shit. Like, y'all leave me the fuck alone, and why can't me?
Right. Did they have a response?
They're just like, talk to him, not me. They didn't want to be part of it. And as soon as he entered into the chat, he started yelling, and I wasn't gonna get yelled at. There's someone who's fucking in the wrong and trying to fucking say, I pay money for my fucking rent, and he just doesn't understand that entitles me to a level of privacy.
Right.
This house has been complicated. My house never admit that she had fucked like everybody in here. So. And then she got pregnant with one of the dude's kids. That's why I just try to keep on my side of my door. Not fucking over. It's nothing to do with her. But with their last baby, it's like mostly half and half, where like she didn't want anything to do with them.
Yeah, so they're done basically.
What, the roommate and oh yeah, they're like, I'm not trying to fucking. It's not that I fucking saw it coming or anything. I just knew that the fucking it wasn't like they just didn't match up. Like he didn't give a fuck. He was looking for something to hit. Like he tried to hit one of the other girls that I had over here. Like he always trying to find something. Some people are just animals. But I mean, polyamory aside, like ways they can.
Right.
Yeah, if that makes sense.
It does.
I know. I definitely don't want my play to matter more than my art, because I feel like my art matters a lot. I had to check what I call it, like my privacy is. Like I'm got my karma for not resolving it. I swear I told him everything that made sense. Like he should have understood, you know. Like I try to explain that I'm not like I'm dealing with a lot more than I should because some doctor that doesn't understand me, trying to make her profit or something. I don't understand. I got worse. And it's just been like my emotions, like I will shot through them way faster than I used to before I was. It's gonna help me because I don't know what the fuck it is. Just playing life on a little harder, you know? Like it's not like my mental's not much worse than it was. It's just I'm a lot more sensitive in ways that I have to figure out sometimes. Kind of a blessing and a curse because, like I was saying, like a little bit of like ability to feel. I feel like I can feel more when it comes to like really other stuff, kind of like that.
What up, Zoot? How are you? Well, I hope you feel better, big man.
I just off in here because I've been watching a few gambling streams, but I didn't even give it. He decided to give it to me.
Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight, sources, there's no biography of Daniel Mendoza in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from beginning at the beginning of this lecture. Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in when the Jews in Europe just across the channel were in tremendous Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot about Mendoza and his specific role in a recent mass Jewish strong starting to look at it, I did not get in time to further the picture, but there is a this lecture, but I literally am putting a plug in for statistics because after all, he is a boxer. Just a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So, in other words, she won by knockout or technical knockout. This context, and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. To portray his fights as kind of, he had some was regarded as a phenomenal. You know, we are talking now about tonight. We're going to look at a totally Jewish Sanders likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. People, in fact, in some context, but you know, that's the nature of this August when they're trying to like really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that not be out of place. Why are we talking about Daniel and those boxer in this August setting? He says to the views of history, nothing nowadays is common, or to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality goes way always what makes them okay. But the you know, it's in the streets, and among the things that if he is the same Mendoza, what happened to also pick up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually is a little bit earlier, sometimes so he came to arrest me. We know somebody's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that these on a physical plane kind of contract. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for the Jews had been expelled in the year T. There's a York, and Jews were essentially, personae non grata in England for about 4 years. They were readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And remember that, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens. One day, my wife and I were channeling Mendoza in some ways, and she goes up to the first. At any rate, they're 15th century, right, 17th century, and necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially the Sephardim, who culturally are. They are making real strides towards acceptance, and in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1750, as the Jewish Naturalization Act, formerly known as the Jew Bill, that gives lords. But when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. It's a bicameral house, kind of a Senate, as it were. The Howard said, "Okay, sounds okay." It's close enough, I think, for Americans. So the upper house said, "Sounds like a good idea." But when it got to the popular house, such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they're increasing slowly rights. But there's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was the Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores and behaviors and attitudes and so on. And they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiore's last week, but the Yiddish-speaking
what up,
Jews from
Sweezy?
German territory.
Sweezy. How you doing? What's good, Sweezy?
Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce, so on, and England just was not ready to It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing a tradition that the British were populated by the lost tribe of the Nasha, that the English were sort of, affinities on to the diaspora of the Jews, to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is it's not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in Germany. But it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal. And do it by writing about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something that we've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a picture from the period. Notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. First of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds, smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, he's got hiring British citizens in the back, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. In his eyes, note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I will explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up, ready to go. Beautiful British countryside, as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK and nations. Why was he a special boxer? Besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some. Well, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it. But apparently he adopted, like most boxers of his day, tended to compete in a very rigid manner and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent. Those, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was like, it's amazing to me. They thought it was a big fetish innovation. They should move out of the way when someone else punches you. It's tough, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent. Those apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has similar fighting style is apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow and we're going to create an open space and then whoever wins wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways, and so therefore people who went work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they locks, grabbed him with his right hand, pummeled Mendoza into submission. And you have to realize that the rules boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited. And so that he could do this, you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 795, boxers always get their hair short. It's the Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of to it. You know, the gladiatorial aspect, qualities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have wide papers, much like it is today. And so people built up towards these kind of events. Each pioneer role, as opposed to just street fighting, Mendoza an industry. His first fight is, I think, of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 17. The fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported in the Times, a major newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later in the series between the stories. At any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, and he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and said some derogatory remarks that actually boxed him on the head. That was not a pun. He hit him on the head. Apparently, he was carrying a box of tarts. The box fell down. They were all crushed. Mendoza got quite upset and challenged the soldier. Those are just 16 years old, still a kid. The soldier was, after all, man of war. He was near 30, and he was Mendoza did not like any small. But anyway, so a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring there, and in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the paper that the Jew that, he's the Jew. He's not just some victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story. It's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights, and he won. And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment on his way. The lesson starts to this world-class fighter. He saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably may have had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school. Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He had a large family. He could never quite pull things together, even though he won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money, very powerful. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their. At that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. They had three well-publicized back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the third and final fight, but it's kind of like this sustained match between these two rivals. They had some arguments as well over training facilities. Since Humphreys had Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facility. Apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century. It's not like there are gyms. The very concept out didn't exist before the 20th century. So going to exercise, health, or strength, maybe you'd see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So house of Bill Repute. And he said, hey, why don't you just work out here? This place is close by with cheap. And Mendoza was offended with his suggestion. We know that he's not such a little worthy flower. Like, there are a lot of things he put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as the Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos and things like that. Chief rabbi material. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a board where he says, I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training. So they fought three classics. The most famous of them, the most famous of them, just to give you a dose of, I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can, it's kind of hard to read, it's written in script. By the way, most kids my 14-year-old age cannot read. They don't know how to read script handwriting anymore. Maybe it's a little hard to read all, but anyway, here's Humphreys here. This is one of the seconds. The other one, a man named Johnson. These are two others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs. Right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping him out. By the way, later on in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, he also acted as a second for a boxer who was an African American who had fought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of like an interesting. Career. Doing really well, and he was fighting well. A knockout blow. Lockout. Johnson stepped in and blocked that, but somehow he did it, and there was a lot of public excoriation, like cheating. I get the feeling that this was probably staged, like this, just the drama and the tension. And you know what? Humphreys manages to eke out losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on, it just. See the next fight. You want to have Mendoza win. So that's the material. Dave, people would read it, the sports page kind of material. And this is like portrayed himself. It's not exactly like I don't think this is real. I made it up. But here's at a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King IV, was there at one of the fights. We definitely will see. The fourth says, "You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza," and he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." What do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people too. What I meant. Sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know earlier he did meet George III, the king, before even Montefiore, before any of the wealthy Jews ever got to meet him. This boxer down in Mendoza met him. And apparently he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them, or whatever they do with them. But at any rate, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he was supposed to fight, and apparently he all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got chants or helpers. In America, you say stewards. So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow.
Nothing really happened.
They send the dogs out with traps. Are the dogs supposed to trap the fox?
I think he didn't pick
Oh.
won that fight. I think it should be the one the last
Okay,
round.
fascinating. So anyway, they're running out there, and the hound in front, you have to run behind them. So anyway, he broke the rule. I guess he raced the hook with the hound. So what happened to follow the sport in a way. This is from his memoirs, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the paws, and so some nobleman comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're breaking all the rules." He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. That's declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, him off his horse, that's what it would. My surprise was greatly exciting, essentially. Some kind of humorous stories, but there you go. He versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had on the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century. Hard to imagine. They actually had, like, Jews would sing. This one is reported also in the papers that said, then this was a pro-Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right, to taunt Richard Humphreys. My Dickie, which is Richard Humphreys, was all the delight of half the Gentiles in town. What a shame to be spoiled by a tongue-in-cheek, I'm a cursed little Jew. Look what happened to you. He continuously viewed his opponent as a dog, like you send out a boy with a stick to fight with this kind of attitude, and he rode that media wave for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. In the left and on the right. Eventually wrote his memoirs, the motivation for writing the memoirs was most likely his deep pension funds together, despite accumulating great amounts. Somehow the money just disappeared. The engagement of all of which failed, including a boxing school. He was actually sent to debtor's prison twice. His son also got in trouble, was sentenced to death for robbery. Basically, he could be sentenced to death, and ultimately that was commuted, and he was deported. I believe to a penal colony in either Australia or Africa, if I'm not mistaken. But he had it. I'm sorry, Canada. Canada, we didn't take criminals over there, but he wrote these memoirs. So they're memoirs because they're as most memoirs, quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of these downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care. He'll speak his mind to anyone, and he had the courage to stand up for his perception. In the end, he just fought too long, and they don't retire as heavyweight champions. They still take another challenge. For him, he had to financially simply could not keep going without the flow of income. He took a challenge from Gentleman John Jackson. The name is so ironic. that it was Jackson who drafted out a period of decline. This is John Jackson's son here. Later, he got in trouble with the law again. A woman insulted his wife Esther over a debt of 18 cents, and he brutally attacked the woman, and he chased after her when she sought to flee. Definitely not cool behavior for anyone, let alone a heavyweight champion of the world. When he was brought to the courthouse for this particular incident, the Jews of London blocked the streets and crowded the streets to get those ourselves children, but never. He's a dramatic illustration of 57, so I'm not quite 57 yet, but just imagine somebody like me deciding to come back out of retirement and was not able to win at that advanced an age, but nevertheless shows his triumphant spirit that he could not be cowed. Age would not hold him back to defend his title, and in many ways it's a fascinating sort of counterexample of the lives of Sephardic Jews in the modern era. That's it for my comments today on Daniel Mendoza. I hope you found this entertaining, maybe not enlightening, but nevertheless entertaining. God willing, we'll be back next week to talk about Judah, an American Sephardic extraction. Of course, can be very important because this is, after all, can you zoom in on this here, David? Can you see this? This is the, we are at Turo College. We are after Judah Turo, his family, so it will be very relevant. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week.
We knew it was going to be a tasty one. We knew they were edging us with these terrible fight nights. This one was good. The criticism of this card is going to come out in the main event, so we're just going to jump right into the main event. So, you'll see right now, especially along the MMA fan base, I would say the majority of fans are upset.
Tonight's lecture is something really close to me. Because, of course, I've been working for Turo College now, actually a little longer than a decade, over my 12th year now with college. And I thought, as I was preparing a series of lectures, the Jews of Sfarad, and now we're in the second semester with the Sephardic diaspora, I thought since Judah Turo was someone who was of Sephardic extraction, and he had a connection to my place of employment, I thought that would be a nice kind of fit. And I thought that maybe afterwards I would send a link of this lecture to all my bosses and get a bust out of it. But I have to see the biographical materials are very beautiful. I was surprisingly moved. That was actually my railroad. He's an incredibly tragic life story and made a phenomenal impact on so many thousands of Jews in his lifetime and beyond, right up until my own students in this very day. So I think you'll find his story fascinating, surprisingly tragic elements to it that came to us, but I think we'll understand a lot more about his background by the end of our Let's just do some of the good welfare material to start with. First of all, this lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. When I asked her if she wanted to do it, honor of any particular individual or something like that, you can
Welcome. No.
just a reminder that this is the last class we're going to have before the Passover break. We will return on April 16th. I mentioned in previous classes that I'm going to be leading a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer on kosher riverboat cruises, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great to be able to speak about the things we've discussed all year in actual locations in Spain and Portugal. There's only 12 cabins left, which is really nice. It's almost sold out, so it's a last push for anyone who wants to. Who was a historian about 100 years ago, 1871 to 1967. He was German in 16 monographs, an incredible amount of it was very important 18th century German historiography. His particular part of the whole Wissenschaft that he would of the ideal Jew, and so his life was for fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship of the period. Morris A. Goodstein, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph called Aaron Lopez and Judah Turo. These were major source texts for Filner in his monograph. And some more recent material, not a lot has been written on Jews. Bertram Korn and Jonathan Mess. I also saw today an article by John, a major American historian today, wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Turo after his passing. So we'll get that as well. Those are our main source lectures. So who exactly was Judah Turo? As I heard someone say a few minutes ago, he doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Turo that I am. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1771, and as one of his contemporaries here, Colonel John Winthrop, it is a strong lightning, not too strong, to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which he's been able to transfer. In other words, he's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that he did live a life of great solitude. A failed love affair early on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and he lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman, but very few social contacts, only served a small circle of friends that he closely associated. At the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous production of Turo, and many during his lifetime as well that remained hidden until he was from 1775 to 1854. Let's look at his Sephardic background. The story, as you'll recall, that we've been following of the semester is the departure of the Jews we talked about. For example, the Feeds on Europe. We spoke about the Abarbanel in Italy. We talked about Usque also in Italy. Last year we spoke about the Costa making it to Amsterdam. And there are many Jews Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there were many Jews who actually went to Portugal. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper. And once they lived there, they found that their refuge was very short-lived, and ultimately the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented a tremendous hardship for Jews living there. Over the course of the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese family in particular, these Jews made it to Brazil because that was under Portuguese control at the time, and they were hoping that by moving from the center to the periphery, they would be able to several major auto da fe. Many of these Portuguese Jews living in Brazil at this time, and it is a highly religious territory. Once the Inquisition came there, it was usually strong. So it happened that many of the Jews, these Portuguese Jews, were living in the north that was conquered by Holland in 1634. Holland, like Portugal, had tremendous religious freedom. Amsterdam, of course, was this bastion of liberal values in general and tolerance for all faiths. And so a lot of these Portuguese Jews who had been posturing as Christians for generations said, okay, it's Mardi Gras, so once Dutch rule came to northern Greece, began to show their birth and were outwardly practicing as Jewish. This, of course, was a death sentence when the Dutch lost Brazil. And with the overcoming of the Portuguese, that meant that the Jews who were once again under Portuguese control simply had to flee. So you had a few dozen Jews leaving Recife, eventually ended up in this part of the world. You may recognize that as Lower Manhattan. At that point, Lower Manhattan was, of course, New Amsterdam. It was still under Dutch control. Moving to Brazil to try and get from the center to the, and then when it becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's come back and they flee. They end up here in Amsterdam, which of course is the city. And then from New Amsterdam, many of them moved out to Newport, which was a bustling industry. And that's where we're going to pick up the specifics of the Judah Tour story, because a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport, and in 1658, 15 Jewish families from Poland came directly to Newport, Rhode Island, to join those few Portuguese families that had started there, and they included among them Judah, for whom, together with Judah, this particular college is so named. Are you able to see the Torah, or is it both? Okay, good. Here we go. So that's basically the story of how the Torah was come to America. Let's look at that. Isaac Suro is the important person in this. Here's a drawing of the Portuguese. These are the Jews, knows how many generations as Christians, and then when they finally go to a place like Amsterdam, then they begin to express their Jewish identity again. The name Turo occurs many times in the community records. One Abraham Turo, the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. You recall we talked about the Fida, the organizations that were collecting charity for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Abraham Tour was one of those officials who was responsible for that. In 1682, meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious. He was born in 1738. He had as a cantor, probably more like a rabbinic position without necessarily having smicha, without necessarily having at least for officiating at synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions. He moved to the New World, and he actually bounced around Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he was leader of the famous Touro Synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in North. Architectural features which are not really visible. These fans are direct from the 18th century. The rabbi of the synagogue in Reina Hayes' brother, is an extremely important revolution broke out. And ironically, while Judah, the son, ended up with the revolution. So he knew forged with the Torah scrolls and the American Revolution expanded still further. He ended up to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbin. After living through this New York winter, so following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from and with the revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica and unfortunately passes away, leaving a widow with their young children. She decides children. Who supports the revolutionary efforts, unique, grind and values. And this is an abolitionist named Samuel May, who both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, or so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me. And I was special pains that nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required on going to bed to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an action servant woman who lived with them many years. I guess their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and it was made they worship the unseen, almighty, and merciful God without any prejudice against or any other religion, because they did not bend bias there. I don't even know what the right English term for bend bias is. Someone who was a child who's constantly underfoot in your home and a regular guest without any invitation necessary. Usually your kid's best friend. When he would sleep over for whatever reason, the parents were out of town, who knows, he would always be, the Hayes would make sure that he did his regular Christian thing. And they they have their own religious that's why well entrenched in their identity. So it gives you a sense of what kind of home Judah must have grown at a questionable age. And it also sets a strong identity rooted in a Jewish tradition, but at the same time, the daughter of the Hayes family. So here he is, a young orphan who's living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time. Not the issue so much. When the welfare is still not managed this particular mission, and his hope will meet someone else, maybe he'll meet someone else, and the puppy dangerous mission. He ends up being attacked by pirates eventually, actually saves the cargo, he ends up successful, he comes back 2 years later, mission accomplished with a phenomenal amount of so So he fires him and says, "You're out of a job for it." He goes to New Orleans, which at this point is where our lecturers who they actually die within a few days of each other. It's kind of a star-crossed lover sort of story. The violation of city was about 8,000. This was prior to the U.S. still before the Louisiana realized that this would be a really important port for the entire continent, because it's at the bottom of the Mississippi Basin, South America, North America. It's before Katrina, obviously, but it's not that it would be excellent. Port in the world. Understand that before a cargo going out, it was actually the third largest city in the U.S. per capita city. By 18 the Union, based on per capita basis, it worked out because he became a phenomenally wealthy individual there, working in mercantile endeavors. He owned several ships. Some of them carried some of the ones I've seen before the clerk could come back, and then when the clerk came back, he told him to return the clerk. So we know same day. So he may be very parsimonious with his own parsimonious. I pronounced that right. He was English teacher because he nodded at the other one. Oh, English major, thank you. This one all the time. Anyway. Maybe there, but here there. Generous short in New Orleans, massive buildings. Imagine these like that. Really quite incredible facilities. He himself occupied a tiny office. He never moved the duration of his business, but that he was just very content to work in his own small home. An apartment rather than a house, very simply becoming tremendously wealthy. He had, as I mentioned, very few friendships. He was very private life, especially after his wounding in the War of 1812. One of his best friends, who was later his executor, by the way, I should mention, I'm sure I mentioned earlier, part of the reason why we're so on a few biographies is because White is contemporary. Judah Toro insisted that all of his personal papers be burned after his death. In New York, with Catherine, thank you. Christina would probably not be appropriate. Catherine in Newport, but he left over like a slew of business papers of bills of lading and things like that, but his personal papers were lost and apparently took several days to complete all of the burning. But we do know about him from other people who wrote in their own memoirs about him. One of those is battlefield. This biography of Andrew Jackson by James Tartt. And I'm going to read you a section being to Humphrey's battery. In this, in the terrible cannonade British opened that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him and which made many of the stoutest hearted cling closely. Duty this it was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly and dangerous wound. And what ended up happening is that he was lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh, and this man, Wesley Shepard, ran out there, grabbed his body and safety, got him to medical attention. Apparently, it took close to a year for him to recuperate, but he was very close with Judah Toro. But I think it's interesting, quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for the militia, and he's out there the grunt work of carrying shot to be able to reload, to allow the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman who at this point is in his 40s. It's really quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious, as I mentioned earlier. He didn't like God very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, and so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when a Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitudes, and he ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some people attachment to his Sephardic roots. Secretly at this point.
What up?
And
What happened?
Talking about is this your song?
Word.
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay, well, welcome. We'll watch your lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
and across across the world. We've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to the Alms House, which is right by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of seed money of $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practice of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of proximity to authentic Chinese food, they simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to keep it going, even on the about Judah Toro, and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the Rabbi are primarily benefiting non-Jews. Talmud says explicitly, but the Jews have to support non-Jew orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Toro took very seriously, and for which he was probably much more well known than he is for his Jewish activities. Here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church that evicted from their premises. So he writes, Mr. Turo became the purchaser without any conditions expressed, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt. A noble Israelite from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. He might have torn the church down and reared on the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000 to do so, and I once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property, not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after its destruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building. There we have worship till now, free of charge. Is there a Christian society in New Orleans that has ever offered to know? It's an amazing kind of the term from the Jewish sources, a kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action of kindness that it'd be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this was not Judah Turo. Judah Turo, like his would-be father-in-law, was very, very strong to his own, and he put his money. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States. The land when he established the name of the building that Turo built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Turo Infirmary that you see some of the buildings of it. He contributed, by the way, he created the hospital, which is known today in New York as Mount Funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Turo Medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields. And really quite impressive. His name, particularly in the South, is all over the place because of the tremendously generous donations that he gave. There are so many stories about how he secretly gave money. In one occasion, I recall reading in some of the letters that were preserved that he heard that a particular building was falling down, and he said, "Listen, I'll give you money. Please do not reveal where the source came from." I saw that the entire road leading up to it was rather in bad repair. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also done completely confidentially. So tremendously, his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated, and followed his purse because he had supported 6 orphanages he had as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, a Jewish society thought we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Torah. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. I should have done the calculation. I apologize. But $500,000 in 20 billion dollars today. It's hard to imagine that kind of money. Imagine Steve Jobs plus whoever giving away all their wealth. He had no children, so he gave all their wealth. Well, maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy giving away lots of money. Incredible. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Cal. So anyway, you could see his figure and you could sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who would make a name by writing a book called Drei Jahre in America, 3 years traveling through America. His name, by the name Binyamin Hashemi, which was an echo of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Turo, not because he had anything against Judah Turo as an individual. He maintained that a image would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. Statue that would be quasi worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that really burial. Then the gravestone was erected to Judah Turo. We should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Turo College. So, without, we could easily spend an entire hours speaking about the founding of Turo College, which may be why Turo. So this is the Turo College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, at the age of 54, decided start his own college. And everyone thought he was crazy except for his wife, who set out with tremendous success to his campuses in Jerusalem, Moscow, Berlin, 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. It's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We can go on with these things. How do you come to the choose the name Touro College? See, it's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that when he was tossing at Touro College is really a dual mission. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. You don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, naming it after Israel's first chief rabbi, called Herzog College. There is, by the way, a Herzog College. Maybe the family has other plans with it, so Herzog College didn't fly either. And then here's my favorite. They thought, okay, what about, extremely important Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Ron, the name Touro College, after ISIS programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts. time, we have kind of visions are very much, exemplified through the Torah. I have one more photograph just for my own eye. Dr. Land, number of years that I knew him when he was already quite an elder. For the past couple of years, actually, is to do biography. The lens of one specific perspective and try to understand how class, and then we will go on to two of those Lee at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office for experience. We are Polish, spoken by the victims. The victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's six. North Africa, and experience has largely so that especially after was just commemorated a few days ago, understand a little bit more of the scope of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within, associates with other academics and historians. There's just not much talk being generated in the academic world where we are capable of studying how are we going to push this out to the popular world. So in tonight's lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic, do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands. In Europe, maybe we can break it down a little bit by country because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian for Jews, the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a person's camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large. Let us quickly, in the context you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these scholarly groups. How is it that an entire continent could really coordination of everything from the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycle task. Why? And she was essentially following 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War, particularly the human assets like the German rocket science, there allegiance of the populations. Many of them are pro-Nazi or were the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today. Of individuals. With the some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model. Why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? It seemed like he was trying to begin in 1930, a more sophisticated model called the function. Co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across the country. We burned, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, 260 people are killed. And what happens? People slap us on the wrist by writing a bit. The Nazi was radicalized until Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists will argue the Holocaust was a function of the war. As the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actual most modern historians here to this model of understanding. You have people like to go along with the plan by focusing on Hitler narrowly to see this minority plan. The Milgram experiment, the Bardo experiment, perhaps so timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in haphazard manner throughout all of the territories. There did not seem to be a plan as to what exactly this conflict is for. But ultimately, note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than, I mean, they would simply map, this is the Jewish region, you must live in the Jewish section of the town, and if a Jew is outside of the section, especially when a year after war begins, they institute badges and armbands for a person could be shot for being outside of the region, but no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living in the ghetto. Two types of ghettos developed seem to operate on a model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor, and so the way you drive the whole culture of the strange cultural ghetto was built around earning a work permit, let's say in the textile factories that other ghettos like Rothschild shown here were understood to be simply holding pens for Jews to starve. That they were there to just attritionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150. Which is basically I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another 1850 a night, per 50 calories. So they were like intended for starvation. The starvation was in fact the which remained into the spring of 1942 when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we should understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. One of at the war militarily, the things that Hitler was well aware of, Germany has this geographic problem. Whenever it fights in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front, and you need to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you better schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest general of the region, maybe you've heard of him, General Winter. Anyway, planned by conquering the West first, France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, attacking with punishing campaigns. And the war and the Holocaust are two separate. Hitler was trying to advance a second war effort, that against the Jews. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed these to the tiny shtetl where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little shtetl, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have them dig their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this planet, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. The death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switch to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was beginning to impinge on his troops movement, or did he move to the death camps because he saw he was able to shoot so many Jews in an inefficient manner with machine guns? He should get away with something more radical. The first actual incident of organized mass murder. To call the date, June 22nd, 4 years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder. So Stalnacht is a massive, there is a 19th century variety, and there's now a clear mandated military plan, a technocratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functional authority. So after the ITAS group have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We had thousands of concentration camps that were political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, anyway, Jews were only a tiny minority of the camp population in 1942. And you can see here. Then in 1941, largely, by the way, as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. They were the Jews of Slovakia were experimented on. As to find a more efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known literally to make into nothing. Right? Vernichtungslager as opposed to Concentrationslager. Meaning they're there in order to make people. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who have been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw, the Umschlagplatz. One of the many concentration camps such as Auschwitz zone. There would be a selection process at this point where Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo-diagnosis. Engel, the white, taking were twins because he experiments on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentations, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, could be possible to sew on another rights to and in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious. Like this one at McDonough, there was a rat poison called cyclone that would mix with the air and would asphyxiate in to remove their bodies and take them to crematoria. I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar with this history. And next, my students, my undergraduates, they call it the 3Gs. The third generation after, they may have grandparents who experienced this. They may know grandparents of the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a 4G that has any meaningful. So it bears repeating primarily for the internet audience because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea. Even a 15-minute presentation. The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor and who happened to be fortunate enough to be alive at the time. 45. And they're not that excited by the Russian army had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Muslims or Muslims, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living and they felt nothing. Literally felt no pain. It wasn't that much of a threat. Even eat, and they were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed a rule that encouraged diarrhea and then forced them to use these latrines. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a Press, who wrote one of the first early stuff of how the camps actually worked. Brilliant study called The Survivor. And after finishing, he argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an excremental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back to humanity, lose all the finishing features like clothing, their hair was forbidden to and ultimately even to lose the most basic of civilizing elements of our lives, to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another time. Now, we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scripts use the
Look at this.
deportation range, which essentially excludes the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland. Spain was, as was Switzerland, although it's when there is a tyrant in the room, essentially means you're 1,000 Jews went from 38,000 to zero. A tremendous. Okay. So if we had the Sephardic context, say three basic things about their experience of why it was different. And I am painting in places within the overall context. The longer the Nazis held the territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. Where the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was the countries for less time. It is the Jews being murdered. After the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is the Jews would survive. Still survive. As Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they view the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean Lake. They're welcoming power. Okay. With German help, like we had in World War I, to drive the car back. This is not something that happened in North Africa because they view the Germans rule back this way. But thirdly is the fact that Sephardic effort to slavishly imitate local going and did not help them. So let's Sephardic lands and understand their experience during the Holocaust, which we see to the north in places like Poland. At the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's three zones. There's one zone occupied by Balkan in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center here, which is occupied by Germany directly. And then you have the fairly large section here, which is occupied by Italy, of course, also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with its full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessalonica. Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewry there understood what was happening and took all of the local communal records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding. This was not the case in Germany, local Jewish and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. There was this phenomenon that we see in many places in the Holocaust where the Bulgarians were not especially the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made what they considered our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally, and they, in fact, and their Jews to death camps. This is with France. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territory. He was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One used as building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. Part of Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible Ustaše, which was the Croat party, was very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the Croatian actually sawing the head of her. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous that America participated in as well. It's an incredible fight. And was is one of the many gas vents off the wheels put on blocks and very efficient. It's so they had to move to the rat poison that we mentioned earlier. Yeah, military occupation and not a strong occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppe and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppe to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers, expect the Einsatzgruppe were like literally exterminators. So you only have their destroy missions that you have in Europe. So primarily there were the stages of the traded in neighborhoods, the same diffuse, not constant revocation of certain privileges. Rights local Muslims was imposing remove their civil rights by and large just when the Holocaust was a tremendous necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Ocean, many of whom we personally, we at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively. Again, I'll see you next week when we speak about Emma Lazarus, much more cheerful topic. The great poet of the New Colossus. Thank you very much for your attention.
There was a called the Chapter, and the kingdom of the Spanish was in, well, all of the conflict of the
That's such a great turnout. If you were to introduce our esteemed speaker, so Rabbi, you like it?
fantastic course material. And semesters. Also, see how it's award from the National Education. Popular really disappointed that I was not sure. There we go. Smile. Okay, I think I got it. Well, that's great. It's a lecture. I'm really grateful for the positive, not really my area. Lecture. Because they have property on their side. Right. Okay, so first of all, knowledge expert on the subject of that, and we're going to discuss all that today. William Lindsay.
So, William, let me ask. Your great wall life this year, your 35th year there. Seems after celebrating anniversaries. That's finishing the journey along the wall. It's just as the Great Wall regularly referred to as wall fever. Famous guide books is the Pennine Way. You know, the animal since birth, virtually. And as I speak, they are, I think, 90% of the way through a remarkable journey in China. So they began 1,200 kilometers, it's about 2,000 miles. You know, there's some improved and some things have deteriorated. The wall is 35 years older.
China is the last vassals to surprise how fast